All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am what you need. You're watching my channel. If you like what you're seeing, don't forget you can share this video, comment, subscribe, donate via Western Union if you so wish to donate to my channel. Okay, so the topic today is Floyd Mayweather TBE. I've done a series on him. I've done a lot of things on him. I've heard different people give different feedbacks. I have been on record saying he's not the greatest to ever do it, and mainly because, like I said before, uh, while Floyd Mayweather's name is known throughout the world and probably used a lot, and anything Floyd does is basically it's news, right? So Floyd put out just recently there his top five, uh, top or the best boxers of all time, or top five boxers of all time. And even this feed, just me talking about Floyd Mayweather, produces immediate response. Okay, so his greatness in the world today is bar none, it's just ridiculous. Okay, a lot of people know him and so on. But in terms of greatest of all time, Mayweather also emphasized on this. You know, he doesn't have a problem with it if people say that. But Floyd particularly focused on his skills in the ring, his mastery of the sweet science, and facts. All right, Floyd wanted to come from a factual basis, showing why he has the case for being the best ever. But I always said, and I always will say, that even if you personally think he's the greatest of all time, and there's a case for that too, um, I don't believe you can't really factually prove that. All right, you can't factually prove that. Now, Floyd Mayweather's name in boxing and sports is probably the biggest name currently in sports today. But you saw Mike Tyson, who hadn't done anything near the level or scope of what Floyd Mayweather did. He started to do it, and then he stopped. He was the youngest undisputed heavyweight champion in the world. And hey, shout out to Tommy Temperance. So he's like, where are the flow modes? Tommy just jumped on the feed. I'm surprised. I just said Floyd Mayweather, and it just triggered a reaction, almost an instantaneous reaction by a number of people already starting to watch this video. So this is interesting. That's the kind of effect Floyd Mayweather has. Poopy Sistrunks popped up on here. People still hating on Floyd. Yep. But as he moves further and further away from the sport, people are accepting him. I've seen people who've been hypercritical of him, Blue Blood Sports TV, etc. And they're becoming even more and more sympathetic. I remember Roy Jones Jr. was the same thing. As Roy started to move away from the sport, people started to become more and more accepting of him. And it's been so with different boxers. Floyd had predicted that by 10 years removed from his career, people would be praising him. And it's just what it is. King of the mountain. As soon as you come off being competitive and so on, you know, Roy used to talk that talk as well. Very confident fighter. And a lot of people would like, Roy's not all that. But you know how it goes. Never seen anybody like Roy Jones Jr. in the history of boxing. But this is how people behave with Roy Jones Jr. as well. So it's not the first rodeo we've seen where people, king of the mountain, you know, people will tear down you, attack you. And so it was a black fighter. Like, I mean, Joe Calzaghe also got some hate. Joe Calzaghe also got some hate. And now people are more accepting of him, especially UK fans are more accepting of Joe Calzaghe. He got a lot of flack too, because he left the game undefeated. Even to this day, people give Rocky Marciano flack, you know, and they talk about his level of competition and so on. But Rocky Marciano, they even try to infer, I even heard EJ try to infer that Rocky was ducking some of the other fighters and came out the game early. I'm guilty of even saying that about Marvin Hagler, even though Marvin Hagler was about to retire from the sport because he didn't have nothing else to prove, right? So it's one of those things where, again, I'm being truthful and honest with you guys now. It's one of those things where, again, when you look at the sport of boxing, we tend to go down on people who just been so excellent that, you know, we have to find a reason to chip at that excellence. All right. And you look at Rocky Marciano, hell of a fighter, hell of a fighter. No matter what nobody says about Rocky. Now he did fight bums coming up before. Okay, let me redress that, because that's fan wording. He fought guys that, you know, weren't at the elite status, okay, coming up. I mean, nowhere near the elite status. Like not even elite, not even A level, B levels. He fought like C level, D level, E level fighters sometimes, right? Um, that you know, you ask yourself, well, what's the benefit of that? It's just KOs we're going for. Um, but on the come up, Ron Lastaza, I can name about two or three of them that was, they were good fighters. Okay, and they ended up being competitive with the top tier guys. But for the most part, Rocky Marciano, um, you know, when he did fight top level competition, he fought the best that was out there, the best that was available. What do you want him to do? He got to face, and these guys were phenomenal fighters. If we're really being honest with ourselves, you know, um, did he accomplish as much as a Floyd Mayweather, a Roy Jones Jr., or a Pernell Whitaker, or a Muhammad Ali, or as as or even the guys he faced? No. Okay, no. I mean, he didn't. If we're being honest, in terms of his resume and his record, he had five guys on his record, right? You know, phenomenal guys in their own right, but five guys on his record. And these other guys, they took years and years. But what I'm going to show you guys was that Mike Tyson, even though he didn't accomplish what Mayweather accomplished, um, the manner in which he accomplished what he accomplished was something that a casual fan could immediately identify with and blow their mind. Mike Tyson was just wrecking people, right? Left, right, and center. Anybody who wants to jump on this feed, let me put the StreamYard feed on there. I gotta be careful how I do it. But let me just continue what I'm saying. So, he was just wrecking people, and it stimulates, it brought about in people's minds this image of a killer. Mike Tyson goes in there, intimidates people. People were afraid to get knocked out cold. They didn't know if they was gonna come out in one piece or what. Guy got broken jaw for Mike Tyson. So, a lot of people were like skeptical about that. All right. Uh, just type in this link here. I think I could do this before I even start the feed. So next time I'll do that. Okay. Man, Tommy Temper, this is a great thing that you put up here. I decided to talk about this. Yeah, he's the best ever. Now, let me explain to you some of the things that make him the best ever. Okay, this guy started at the age, I think it was 21. He became world champion against Gennaro Hernandez. Now, a lot of people want to put down Gennaro Hernandez, talking about who did Gennaro Hernandez face. He faced an old Azuma Nelson, etc. Okay. The thing about it is, this guy was crafty enough and skilled enough to be world champion, a long reigning world champion for a great portion of his career. Okay. Once he became world champion, he stayed world champion, and he beat a number of contenders, a number of people. And he was ranked at the time the number one, uh, the number one super featherweight in the world. Okay. And there were other guys that came up and became world champions there. Um, and he was just beating everybody that he faced. However, it must be recognized that Floyd Mayweather was a very young guy. Like, he was 21. He was like less younger than Canelo when he faced Gennaro Hernandez. That was a huge step up for him because Gennaro Hernandez was skilled. He just come off of beating another young fighter who later would become world champion. It was a Russian young fighter. And those guys had a lot more experience than Floyd. So they didn't, there was a lot of people who thought that was a huge step. Okay. I think he still was a favorite going into the fight, interestingly enough. And he proved himself, right? Now, the important thing is not that, because that's just a narrative that I'm giving. The important thing is that from that age onwards, think about this now. From that time in 1998 to 2015, this guy reigned for the most part as world champion. Think about that. That's ridiculous. 1998 to 2015, this guy was a world champion. Let that stay in your mind for a minute. That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. That's 17 years of being a world champion. Okay, there are some breaks in between when he wasn't world champion or he had to get a belt or whatever, but because he moved up a weight class or whatever. But I think in the end, when you calculate, it's like 12 point something years, just more than Vladimir Klitschko. Vladimir Klitschko was 12 point something as well. All right. The longest reigning world champion is Floyd Mayweather. All right. And that's just one of the records that he broke. Okay. And Mike Tyson, he started off very well. He started off very, very young, became the youngest undisputed heavyweight champion, but he lost his championship to Buster Douglas, I believe it was. And so there was a break there. He did get it back. He beat, I think it was Frank Bruno to get the WBC, and then he beat another guy to become unified again, WBC, WBA, I think it was, which is, again, very impressive. And I think he lost to Evander Holyfield, and I think that was it afterwards. I think he may have won a title after. I don't think he won a title after that. That was it. All right. But he wasn't world champion from the time, I think it was 19. I think the first time he won, it was against Trevor Burbick. From I was 19, whatever it was, 1980 something. If he had reigned as champion from 1980 something to 2000 and something, that would have been incredible. All right. So that feat in and of itself is just incredible. Okay. That feat in and of itself, not just the longest reigning world champion, but Mayweather was also he ties with Joe Louis for the most amount of championship fights won. He and Joe Louis have 26 championship fights that they won. Now, the difference is, and some of you, if you understand the different times and all of that, the difference is that Mayweather's time, there was 3 belts. Joe Louis's time, there was 2 belts. Okay. Joe Louis was at certain points in time, some of his championship fights, he was fighting and defending his New York State Athletic Commission belt. At other times, Joe Louis was defending the National Boxing Association and the New York State Athletic Commission belt. So there were certain championship fights where he was just defending 1 belt. There was a particular fight where he fought a guy with, I think it was 4 fights, and the New York State Athletic Commission commissioned it, but the National Boxing Association didn't have anything to do with it. So he would have had 26 successful defenses and 27 consecutive championship fights. But most people don't include that fight because it was against a guy that didn't really have much experience. And then sometimes, again, they include it. So it depends with Joe Louis. You can check it out and do your homework and research on it. But Joe Louis, for the most part, and again, you guys can hop on the feed if you so wish, he had 26 championship fights that he won consecutive. And Mayweather ties with him for that. Now, another fighter who also had a lot of championship fights and must be noted is Ricardo Lopez, also known as El Finito Lopez. He didn't win all 26 of his championship fights. He drew, I think it was 1 against Alvarez, but he did, Alvarez was a hell of a fighter as well. He did have 26 championship fights where he was undefeated. So it's not quite the same. Okay. That's a hell of a thing. That's a lot of championship experience. Okay, both for El Finito Lopez, Joe Louis, and Floyd Mayweather. Now the difference is Joe Louis faced um I believe he faced about I have to check my data. But Joe Louis, he faced career wise a certain number of Hall of Famers. All right. This is the important part. He faced a certain amount of Hall of Famers. Mayweather faced more Hall of Famers than Joe Louis did in all of his championship fights. And that again, it speaks to itself. Now, if you're talking about championship fights, consecutive championship fights, in terms of um, consecutive championship fights won, that is. In terms of the WBC and WBA, Mayweather had less. Okay, he would have had uh 23 championship fights. If you're just talking WBC, WBA championship fights, actually no, I'm wrong. It would have been 25. Okay, 25. Yeah, 25. Championship fights, which because when he faced Zab Judah, I think they fought for the IBF championship. Again, Zab Judah didn't really deserve that IBF championship, but he fought him for that one. And that's included in the whole thing. But if you really look at championship fights, that's still remarkable. It's just ridiculous. Okay. Now, the other thing is, if you look at Mayweather's resume, once he became world champion, it's going to be hard to find a stay busy fight in that whole mix. He had 0 stay busy fights. You know, Julio Cesar Chavez, Sugar Ray Robinson. It's hard to find a stay busy fight for Mayweather in his championship fights. Okay, or once he became world champion, and that's you're talking about tough back-to-back fights. The only guys that parallel that are like Pernell Whitaker, Oscar De La Hoya was another guy, that he fought tough fights back to back to back. What else we got? They didn't fight as many fights as Floyd did. After Floyd became world champion, of course, he had the Conor McGregor fight, which, I mean, but Floyd didn't have no stay busy fights. Even when we talk about him cherry picking Andre Berto, I mean, it's a cherry pick, kind of, yeah, but Berto was like, he was on a winning streak to start with, and he was still in the top 10. He was top 10, not across the board, but in sanctioning body in the WBC, he was a top 10 welterweight, etc. Wasn't a stay busy fight. Maybe for Mayweather on his standards. So that's fact number 2. That's just wild. That's a wild factoid. Because if you look through the history of boxing, ain't nobody coming up 21 years old and just beating world champions like that. Okay, or having championship fights like that. And defenses like that. Point number 2, fact number 2. And these are just facts. When you look at the sweet science of boxing, hit and not get hit, Mayweather has the highest plus-minus ratio in the sport of boxing. The highest. There ain't nobody else to touch it. All right? You would hit, Mayweather would be standing right in the pocket with you. He'd be trading in the pocket with you. And you still can't hit him clean. All right? Barry Robinson, former Million Styles Boxing, now being great, how to be great, or learning to be great channel, was just showing Floyd Mayweather versus Marcus Maidana, the very first fight, and showing just how much defense this guy had. Marcus Maidana was throwing shots at him, right? It's hitting him a bit to the back of the head, but Mayweather still rolling a bit. All Marcus Maidana's body shots, he was catching them with his elbows. Marcus Maidana was hitting elbows. In the meantime, Floyd is catching and shooting at Marcus Maidana and hooking him to his head, to his body, until Marcus Maidana quits and backs off. All right. I remember Alex Ariza saying, "Oh my God, this guy is incredible." You know, they trading shots and you didn't know this guy was so strong. Mayweather has the highest plus minus ratio. It's not easy to hit Mayweather, first of all, because one, he doesn't just slip, he doesn't just dip, he doesn't just roll in on you, he doesn't just parry, he doesn't just block punches, right? But he also changes range and distance to make you never hit your shot clean. And he's super relaxed. And he's watching everything you do. So it's very, very hard to hit a guy like that. Very hard to hit a guy like that. His defense, as Abjudah says, is impregnable. You know, you can catch him once or twice with a jab. You know, as he's moving backwards, you might be able to catch him with a jab. Or if he's against the ropes, you might catch him with an odd jab or odd right hand. But it's very hard to catch a guy like that. He knows how to ride punches. He knows how to roll punches, right? So it's very hard to catch a guy like that who's really good at doing that. That's his defense. Now, some people say he's the greatest defensive fighter of all time. I dispute that. I remember Get the Smoke disputing it as well, because Mayweather doesn't think of himself as just the greatest defensive fighter of all time, because he has offense with his defense and defense with his offense, and his punches do count. And that little trade with Marcus Maidana is a perfect example. So he's the highest plus minus ratio in boxing. When you're talking accuracy, Joe Louis is the most accurate boxer in all of boxing. Joe Louis. All right. In terms of defense, I'm pretty sure there's a fighter out there who's got a lower percentage of punches that land on them. If not, then he is the greatest defensive fighter of all time. Okay. But I suspect there are defensive fighters who probably have a higher minus ratio on them. But if not, then Mayweather's the dude in terms of defense as well. But we can look at facts with that. But when it comes to plus minus ratio, a guy who all around is hitting you and you're not hitting him as much as you would hit any other boxer in boxing, hands down, he's mastered the sweet science. Hands down. And the thing about it is that data that people talk about, you know, they talk about, you know, hitting him with the money punch. How many times has somebody hit him with a money punch? How many times? You can count it on your fingers. You can count it on your fingers, right? Which other boxer in boxing you could say that about? Categorically, well, you know, there are very few. And that alone is why I always tell people Sugar Ray Leonard would get beat by Floyd. Sugar Ray Robinson would get beat by Floyd. Joe Louis would get beat by Floyd. Muhammad Ali would get beat by Floyd if they're the same size. You know, that alone. Because you're not going to catch him. And even if you catch him with your money punch, you're not going to get him with the other one. You're not going to be able to follow up. And say you get him with two good punches. He's not going nowhere, right? He has a hell of a chin. Marcus Maidana hit him with his money punch at the end of the round 3. He limped a little bit, and then he went back and sat down. The next round, Marcus Maidana couldn't get him out of there. Because he does these different things. He varies range on you. He'll come inside, on the inside of you, and draw to you. Some fighters, when they get hurt, they move away from you. They back off, and they try to fight their way out on the ropes or something. Not Mayweather. Not Mayweather. If he gets hurt, he's going to close the gap on you and smother you. Or he will circle you and pivot around you. He'll pivot around you. He's not going to go straight back. He'll pivot around you. Or he'll go to the ropes and use virtual distance, rocking in and out on the ropes and watching you at the same time, clearing the cobwebs from his head. You're not going to knock out Mayweather just by getting him with a good punch. I listen to a lot of these guys talk about puncher's chance when they talk about guys facing Mayweather. They talk about puncher's chance. Can he take Sugar Ray Leonard's punch? Sugar Ray Robinson could punch. And so, what I mean? You're doing like if Mayweather never been punched by a guy that could really punch. He got punched by Canelo. Canelo fought all the way up to light heavy. Canelo's a bigger guy than Sugar Ray Robinson. Canelo's a bigger guy than Sugar Ray Leonard. Okay, Canelo and Thomas Hearns. Canelo's a little smaller than Thomas Hearns, right? We all learned this because Thomas Hearns went all the way up to cruiserweight, right? So yeah, so telling me that Mayweather, would be knocked out by Thomas Hearns. I'm like, Benitez never got knocked out by Thomas Hearns. Benitez was a defensive fighter. Why would Floyd be knocked out by Thomas Hearns? So Floyd's stupid? Well, Thomas Hearns knocked out Roberto Duran. Yeah, because Roberto Duran don't move like Mayweather. You ever seen Roberto Duran have footwork like Mayweather? He don't have footwork like Mayweather. Duran is a bait and counter guy. Brilliant. And then he gets to the inside. All right? His bait and counters didn't work with Thomas Hearns. Right? He's not a bob and weave fighter. You'll never see Roberto Duran bob and weave. What do he do? Dip and get to the inside. Roll under and then come back up. That was Duran. I'm going to bait you with my shot, get you to throw your jab so I can roll under and get to the inside. Or I'm going to counter you over your jab. I'm going to counter you over your jab and get to the inside. The Fight Doctor, shout out to the Fight Doctor, joining our stream right now.
What's going on? What's going on, bro?
I'm good, sir. I'm good.
Yeah, listen, I only have a few minutes. I got a meeting in like 5 minutes. So I just popped in to see what was going on. That's all.
Go ahead, talk your piece on it. Mute your microphone when I'm talking, okay?
So no,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm not. What's the topic of the show?
So the topic of the show is Floyd Mayweather TBE, and I'm just making a case why he is the best ever. And you can go ahead and give your piece. I don't mind. It's a debate anyway. So rolling through, I was just giving some different points. Let me recap it real quick. I said he's not the greatest. I think that goes to Muhammad Ali and other fighters who people just are attracted to them for whatever reason. And I think fans kind of determine the greatest because it has a lot to do with how you feel, the sensation, the entertainment factor, how a fighter may really get you entertained. So Mike Tyson will always be trumping guys like Lennox Lewis or Evander Holyfield or, what's his name? Larry Holmes, because Mike Tyson brought a certain level of excitement and a certain fascination, blew people's minds in a certain way that people still can't get over. And the casual fan, would always look at Mike Tyson as greater than a Mayweather or a Roy Jones Jr. No matter how many times these guys beat him. If Roy Jones Jr. In the exhibition beats his ass, it don't matter. Antonio Tarver beat him. It don't matter. Not that's Roy Jones Jr. I mean, Lennox Lewis beat him. Evander Holyfield beat him. It didn't matter. People are always going to say, "Oh, Tyson, he's vicious." And that's just the way how the common everyday person, whether they know boxing or not, Mike Tyson's name has survived many, many years. He's greater than Mayweather. Okay, Muhammad Ali is greater than Mayweather. It goes without saying. You just say Muhammad Ali, everybody knows who that is for years. Okay, Floyd's name is big now. Will it be as big or bigger or on the level of a Muhammad Ali, we'll see. But I do believe that Muhammad Ali is greater than Floyd in that respect. It's not just what happened in the ring; it's the entertainment value, etc. Blah 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 blah. But when it comes to TBE, very quickly, because you only got a few minutes, Mayweather is TBE in my opinion. I'm gonna tell you why. Very quickly, one, this man been world champion since he was 21. Okay, we're talking 1998 to 2015. Name me another fighter that did that. Okay, two, this guy we're just talking about his skill set in the ring and what he does in the ring. His plus minus ratio kind of brings that out. His hit and not get hit ratio, the best ratio ever in history of boxing. And so it showed he mastered the sweet science of boxing. And I was explaining and breaking down why that is so. All right. So from a boxing perspective, from a looking at the sweet science, the guys he faced and so on, you can't. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, he beats anybody. He beats anybody. I said,
Here, can I get in real quick? Yeah, because I've only got 2 minutes. So in terms of Floyd being the best ever, he has a lot of ground to make up. I think being the best ever goes beyond just what the statistics say. I mean, yeah, Floyd has great stats, but I mean, you have to look at guys like Ray Robinson, Roberto Duran, Henry Armstrong. Okay. Guys like the old Mongoose, you know, um, I mean, Henry Armstrong was a featherweight champion who won the welterweight title and fought to a draw with the middleweight champion of the world. A featherweight. Think about that for a second. A guy coming up from 126, he wins the lightweight title, world title. Then he goes up to welterweight, wins the welterweight world title, and then goes up to middleweight, fights to a draw with the middleweight champion in a fight most observers thought he won. What does Floyd have on his resume that comes anywhere close to what a guy like Henry Armstrong was able to do? It's just unbelievable. Sugar Ray Robinson won the middleweight title 6 times, coming up from welterweight. 6 times. Think about that. Floyd has a lot of ground to cover, I think, before he could honestly be in that conversation. So listen, I got a meeting, and like right now, I'll pop back in when the meeting is over.
Okay, so my response to that is very easy. Henry Armstrong wasn't 21 years old and fought and became world champion for 17 plus years. Secondly, Henry Armstrong, what did Floyd match? What guys did he face that matched Henry Armstrong? Henry Armstrong was a small dude, and the guys that he usually beat came up with him from featherweight. That's a lot of people don't realize that. He faced lightweights at welterweight. He faced featherweights at welterweight. The thing about it is, when he did face a real welterweight in Fritzy Zivik, he lost. He lost. When he faced a real big guy, he lost. The guy who he faced at middleweight, it was the American Heavyweight Championship, by the way, middleweight championship, was the guy that he faced at welterweight. A lot of people don't know this. All right. So Henry Armstrong, yeah, he did some phenomenal things, but he just like Floyd. He a little smaller than Floyd. Floyd he came up from super featherweight. Henry Armstrong came up from featherweight. You know what I'm saying? And Floyd went all the way up to super welterweight, which is what Henry Armstrong basically fought at. He fought at super welterweight. Middleweights at those time, there was no super welterweight. So anything above 145, there was a time when welterweight was 145. Anything above 145, I think it was 147 actually, was considered middleweight. So Henry Armstrong, now the thing about Henry Armstrong was he was outweighed sometimes by guys by, extraordinary weights. Like he would be outweighed. He'd be coming in 133 because Henry Armstrong was like a blown up lightweight. Okay. And later on in his career, he kind of filled out, but he was really a blown up lightweight. Phenomenal what Henry Armstrong did. But when you look at it, Floyd and Pacquiao and Marquez did about the same thing. Marquez came from featherweight, went all the way up to welterweight. Floyd came from super featherweight He was a featherweight in the amateurs, and he went all the way up to super welterweight. And what you guys got to understand is just for the record with Henry Armstrong. And let me tell you, the best welterweight of all time, the greatest welterweight of all time is Henry Armstrong. Okay, goes without saying. All right. Again, a lot of people think that Floyd takes everything. You know, I hear people say, "Oh, he was the greatest welterweight. He was the greatest this. He was the greatest that." No, 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 no. Let's just dial it back a bit. Dial it back a bit. Shout out to SP123. Duran would fold Floyd in half. SP123 says if Duran lost to Hearns, Mayweather has no chance. SP123 says the difference is Floyd loses unanimous decision because he's afraid to engage after he feels the power. So that's what SP123 has to say. Again, you guys just talking out your emotions. I want you to talk from a factual perspective. Let's be honest about it. All right. So I don't think Duran folds Mayweather in half because Duran couldn't handle boxers. He couldn't handle boxers. Guys who knew what he was doing in the ring. Again, I'm just speaking from a factual perspective. I'm not hating on Duran or anything, but Duran had his bait and counters. Duran was a bait and counter kind of guy. Okay. And Mayweather borrowed some of what Duran had, bait and counter, the pull counter, as we like to call it sometimes. He borrowed some from Duran. He did it his own way, much more different technique, but basically the same principle. Floyd borrowed from everybody. He borrowed from Roy Jones Jr. He borrowed from Roberto Duran. He definitely borrowed from Pernell Whitaker, even though he did it in his own way. Whitaker was a southpaw, you know, Whitaker turned you in a circle. Floyd do it much more subtly. You think Floyd's going straight back, but he's really turning. He already got an escape route if he needs to. And sometimes Floyd would just bait you into the corner, bait and counter game. What is the general theory when you get to the ropes, right? A guy, stay off the ropes, stay off the ropes. And Floyd would go to the ropes for a reason, making you feel that you got him. And he just sitting back, waiting to just boom, boom, you know, hitting you with that right hand, left hook, right up on the ropes. He baiting you, you know. But again, he talked about Sugar Ray Robinson, phenomenal fighter, you know, 6-time world champion. Mayweather didn't have to become 6-time world champion. He was champion and he never got beat. See, different. See, I can make this argument easy. I can go easy on you guys and show you how he better. Okay, he never lost his championship. Sugar Ray Robinson, on the other hand, lost his championship to guys he shouldn't have lost to. All right. What's he doing losing to Randy Turpin? Randy Turpin was a good boxer. Got beat by different guys. But Randy Turpin, EJ Boxing Live in the building. Shout out to EJ Boxing Live. People coming through, but
yo, what's going on?
EJ, what's up?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
What's up, my man?
I'm all right, man. How
I'm cool.
You?
I'm just
good. I can now. You don't
EJ,
need to mute.
always.
You don't need to mute. I think it's I think my sound quality is fine. You know, I don't think you need to mute. You know, we can just have a dialogue. There you go. Okay. There's no feedback on my one. You know what I'm saying? Like the fight doctors, there's always feedback on fight doctors, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is, bro. Yeah, you know.
What's up, big man?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I'm listening to it, but I'm listening to. I've been doing my, you know, after the last time we talked, right? So I just doing my undisputed and unified heavyweight series involving the color series. So yeah, to TBE. So you're saying like Floyd's saying he's the best ever, and you're like saying. And you're saying you agree with that or you disagree with that?
I agree with it.
Okay. So you were just talking about Henry Armstrong. So see, you mentioned Henry Armstrong, the guys he fought, the weight. But you have to understand, like when he was fighting, there was only one champion. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the guys they were fighting, they had over 100 fights usually coming in. So, like, I understand you're saying about the thing, but the bottom line is the weight was the weight. And after the rehydration, they go up. He's still 5'6". He's still 5'6" at featherweight, defending them, and he defended the belt. He didn't just win the belt; he defended the belts.
Yeah, but remember, one more point that I need to make though. It's still same day wins. It's not. It's not day before wins. So the rehydration wouldn't be that far away from the actual weight. Like these guys. One thing about
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like the bottom line, it doesn't matter. He's making the weight. And he's defending the belt. Like he defended the world weight belt. I believe it was like 26 times, right? And then he's defending it. Then he go back down.
No, not 20. Which guy you're saying 26 times he defended the belt?
Like Henry Armstrong. I think he overall title. I think he defended the belt about like near 20 something times. Like I think it was
20. 20
Okay,
times
20.
he defended
Yeah, but why?
welterweight. Yeah.
But why he's defending the belt? He go back down to feather. So it's not like he's staying there. He's going back down to feather and
Well,
lightweight.
the
No,
featherweight thing, I think
yes, bro.
I
That's
think the
bro.
featherweight thing,
In this
he
day,
only did it like twice, I
in
think it was.
in this day and age, guys don't do that. Like guys, they go up the weight, they don't go back down. He going back down the weight because again, there's only one champion, right? There's no multiple belts and there's no in between weights. So he's going from 126 to what was it, 135? Then he's going to 147 and going back down and defending the belts.
Well, he
Back
wasn't
and forth.
really technically he wasn't fighting at 147. Like I said, he was really a lightweight.
No,
He come in 133.
But
he
he's still
come in
but the guy,
welterweight. We talking 133.
but the guys, but the bottom line is the schedule weight is welterweight. They are welterweights. That's what it is. If you remember, you have to be above obviously 140 and over, and you have to be near to 147.
No,
Because remember,
you just have to be above 135.
No. That's not how it is. But when you go boxing, there's
welterweight,
when you find welterweight, there's a 10-point pool. There's usually a 10 or 5, and that's in the contract. You can't be any lower than that. Though it deems you wouldn't be able. You're not a welterweight. So he's going.
You mean
up.
today?
Yeah, that's how it always is. Boxing, that's why they got the weights.
No. Henry Armstrong came in and fought welterweight at 133 and a half.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that but he didn't always come in that weight. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Because you're putting one. He didn't always come in that weight. So what I'm trying to say to you, you're talking now. You're arguing about being finicky about the weight. But what I'm trying to tell you is that from 147 down to 126. And then going back to 135, that's madness, bro. And then defending the belts against guys who had like records of like over 100 fights. These are Hall of Famers, all of them. So that's just Henry Armstrong. Now and also Fight Doctor mentioned Archie Moore. When you mentioned Archie,
you want me to interject, or you think you would just go?
I just get it out because I'm just trying to get an amalgamation of a few like guys who Archie Moore.
Well, let me just address Henry Armstrong once again, right? Because we want to keep the reality of the situation, and I'm trying to be as honest as possible, right? So Henry Armstrong, what I'm saying is, yes, these guys had a lot of experience. This is the point. They had a lot of fight experience, and these guys weren't just ordinary guys. They were phenomenal guys. Baby Arizmendi, et cetera, et cetera. They were phenomenal guys in the weight classes they were in. What I'm saying though is, and I don't take nothing away from Henry Armstrong. I'm just saying this though. Mayweather did the same thing. Pacquiao had an enormous amount of championship experience when Mayweather faced Pacquiao. But you know what people say? People say this about Pacquiao. He wasn't in his prime. But they forget how much experience Pacquiao had. And Marquez wasn't in his prime, but Marquez had a lot of experience. And then they say Marquez was too small for Floyd when they talk about Marquez, but Marquez was a very shrewd, very skilled boxer. So it's like, today we say one thing, and then yesterday we praise people for that. And I understand the guys were younger back then, but they had a lot of fights, which means a lot of wear and tear. So a lot of people don't really think about it like that, And all I'm saying with Henry Armstrong is he was basically a very small lightweight. He was smaller than Marquez. He was smaller than Floyd. He was smaller than Pacquiao. Okay, he was a small guy. What I'm saying though is that the weight he was at, he could lose that weight to get down to 126, because if you somewhere around, it was remarkable what he did. I'm just saying though, the reality of it is he was really a 130, a 134, 135 pounder, right? So that beauty in that size allowed him to go down to 126 and allowed him to go up to 147. He never made one. I don't think Henry Armstrong actually in his prime ever made 147.
What you need? Like Roberto Duran is 5'7". Yeah, Henry Armstrong is 5'6", and Roberto Duran went all the way up to 168 from lightweight. Here's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like
the frame of the two guys is totally different. Like you're talking about two totally different guys.
Let me show you something, right? I'm trying to show you something. Like when you go up the weight and up and down the weight, you lose power, you lose certain things. And what I'm trying to say to you is that the only reason he had to do that,
who you are.
No. Listen, the only reason he had to do that is because of the money. Because Joe Louis was all the heavyweight champion, they were getting the money. This is where after around that time, Sugar Ray Robinson was fighting, and they coined the phrase pound for pound because they realized these guys are great fighters. They're not getting no money. They're not getting the money. That's why they have to fight that many. He had to go up and down the weights to even get attention to get that money. This is what I'm trying to say to you. So it wasn't like he just did it for the sake of doing it. He did it because it's the money, and this is what makes them even greater because it's like, yo, I'm gonna go back down. I'll go up the weight. I'll go down the weight, and I'll fight this guy. Then I'm gonna go up to the middleweight division, Sergio Garcia. And you're right, yeah, they weren't the biggest, but these guys, in none of the. Remember, the average guy that you gotta understand, the average guy in the world round time was like 5'7", and he's 5'6". People were small. Everyone was small. There's no big guys down there. Joe Louis wasn't exactly a tall heavyweight either. So in the day, you got to put things in perspective. Now, end of the day, you're talking about the greatest ever. Now, when it comes to Mayweather, this is where
I didn't say the greatest ever. I did not say the greatest ever.
I'm saying
talking about the best ever. Totally different.
Mayweather says the best ever, like greatest ever, best ever. Same thing. You can pull it how you want it.
No, not for me. That's different.
Mayweather saying he's better than everyone else. That's it, right? He's better than everyone else, isn't it? When you're saying TBE, you're better than everyone else. Greater, better, however you want to put it, right? Ali said he was the greatest, blah, blah, blah. It's a coin phrase to market themselves, right? That's what it is, to market itself. And then if you
I just say though, once you define it, like I had a specific definition for it, and I specifically defined greatest from that context, which I think that's where May was coming from.
No, but what I'm saying, he lived up. No, but I'm not really obvious on the phrase. I'm just trying to say to you.
Well, I'm just saying in this particular debate, there is a particular,
Yeah, I know, but let me get it out. What I'm trying to say to you, right? So what I'm trying to say to you is a standard of themselves to show that they believe they are, and every fighter thus far before that, and even up to now, they believe what they're doing. They believe they're the greatest or the best ever. So let me go back into Mayweather. Mayweather TBE is trying to say he's the best ever. I'm the best ever. And what all you can go by, like them guys there maybe didn't have the personality or the marketing power that Mayweather is allowed to endure. And also it wasn't like he styles in the most style pleasing fights ever, right? Compared to Sugar Ray Leonard, it's not, or Ray Robertson ever, right? The most
entertainment value.
But Mayweather bring the whole package. He'll talk, he'll bring everyone. People don't like him, he bring all that in. He bring that kind of Ali little thing in there as well. But what I'm trying to say to you, in this era right now, he is. Because right now, if you look at the younger generation, he's the most watched guy in the digital age. He's the most watched guy pay-per-view. You've got pay-per-view now, it'll easily go over 100 just because people want to see him fight. But then saying that, when you mention Mike Tyson now, like when you mention Mike Tyson to a certain amount of fan base, do you know why he'll be the best ever? It's because the guy is to many people, he's the most exciting. He gave you value for your buck. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say to you. So it comes down to you can bring the numbers, you can bring the equations, but bottom line is that when we say Henry Armstrong, when we say Ray Robertson, when we say Mike Tyson, when we see Floyd Mayweather, right? It's a matter of opinion to say who would you like to see? What is the most amount of money for you to see? Now, if Ali was there as well, and there was a category between Ali.
Again, you're coming. Hold on, EJ. I gotta interrupt you. You're talking again about greatest as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm
talking strictly. When I talk strictly boxing, I'm talking strictly boxing. We need to debate one particular point. You want to go into entertainment and all those things? That's a separate point. When I'm talking, wait, hold on. I want you to understand this. If we're going to debate, we need to understand what it is we're debating. So when you start talking about entertainment value and those things, I think of that as something that the greatest would do, because that's based on opinion. That's based on what people think. Okay, I think this guy is more entertaining. I would want to go see this guy. But when you're talking about what this guy did in the ring, and in a way, hypothetically, who do you think would win in this fight with this fight, or can this guy beat everybody? Who's better than who? That's what we're talking about. So when I made the case with these facts, I'm trying to do something that's not opinionated. And so when you came with the Henry Armstrong thing, I 100% agree with you on most of what you say. It's just that I'm saying you got to also look at the context in which he was doing it. Like you said, he was looking for money, so he's gonna look for the biggest possible fights. So wherever the biggest fight is, I'm gonna be there. If it's featherweight, I'm gonna be there. If it's Welterweight, I'm gonna be there. That's why he spent most of his career at welterweight, because that's where the money was at, right?
Yeah, right,
So I
exactly.
get it.
Oh, but no, but
I
what
get
I'm
what you're
saying is,
saying.
yeah, no, what I'm saying is that I'm dealing with facts. I'm dealing with facts that end of the day, like I'm trying to show you something that Mayweather's right. Mayweather's right in his era. Like I said to you, a lot of guys don't even probably watch all the old school. They don't watch all that. But what I'm trying to say to you, when you're talking about the rest of the guys there and in factual, but they're gonna say their guy is. So it really it does come down to opinion. And the fact of the matter is that Mayweather still hasn't done some stuff better than them other guys before. He hasn't done the more. He hasn't done more. Remember again, it was undisputed. It wasn't like he was picking up versions of belts. This guy's picking
Right.
up the undisputed belt at featherweight, bro. You know what I'm trying to say? Then he go up. Then he go lightweight, defends, and he's defending the belts. And then he goes challenge the middleweight champion as well. So you know what I mean? Fight Doctor was the one who brought the point up. Like I said to you, when it comes down to the discussion of Mayweather saying that, and you know what? And no one, you know the thing in this day and age, you can't really dispute it. And even in the guys before him, you can't really dispute what the man's saying in terms of he's TBE. But what you can, what now you're talking about in ring. You're talking about in ring. Who would you prefer to see? And I'm trying to tell you that in ring, and it's 100% ain't no one sitting down to watch Mayweather and Cotto. They might sit down and watch Mayweather Gatti. That was entertaining. But they ain't sitting down watching Mayweather and Pacquiao, which is probably his most high profile fight. They ain't sitting down and watching Mayweather and Canelo. They'll watch Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hitman Hearns. They'll watch Roberto Duran versus Leonard. And then when they go to Henry Armstrong, you might watch Henry Armstrong go against one of I don't know, Barney, was it Barney Ross or one of them guys? They're nostalgic. But Mike Tyson versus whoever, I'm just saying. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So that's my thing. Fight Doctor's back now from his meeting, so I let Fighter jump in. But yeah, thanks for letting me come over, Phil. I'm just gonna bounce though. I'll just listen in for now. Nice one.
Absolutely, EJ. It's been an honor again listening to you, because I want you to be able to speak your mind, people on here, express yourself. I'm still going to counter your stuff. I'm take my time though, because I want the people who are speaking to express themselves, and I'm going to give my piece after. But I'm not going to force anybody down. No. Again, EJ had a lot of very great points, but when we start to look at them and break them down piece by piece, you start to ask yourself, I mean, this guy does have a point. He does have a point, Mayweather, that is. Now, I'm not saying that he accomplished all the things. Again, I'm not ridiculous like that. He did not accomplish what Henry Armstrong accomplished. Okay, no ifs or buts or maybes. And AJ brought up a very important point. Henry Armstrong was the undisputed. There was no disputation when this man was champ. Okay. However, I'm just bringing about certain factoids like this. You see, weight has a lot to do with your power and stuff like that. So, Henry was a guy that broke you down, body work, broke you down, relentless. And Henry was that size where he could move up and down in weight, and up to this day, we got boxers who move up and down in weight. Actually, just up to recently, there was a guy that they have losing records and whatever, but they move up and down to get the money fights. Okay, so EJ just brought to light some very important information, which I think is important. But I want to get Fight Doctor on. The Fight Doctor's been waiting for a little minute. Fight Doctor, go ahead and say your piece, brother.
Look, I listen. There's no denying Mayweather's skill, and there's no denying that he is a legitimate great fighter. No denying that. However, I think there's an argument that can be made which says Mayweather isn't even the best fighter of the last 30 years. All right. I think that title rightly goes to Roy Jones Jr. Based on his athleticism and based on his in-ring accomplishments. I mean, Roy in his prime was simply amazing. I mean, the things that this man could do, he could hit you, he could disappear. You wouldn't be able to hit him and then reappear and hit you again. Like all in the blink of an eye. I mean, it was just unreal, the things that this man could do. Then above and beyond that, Roy has the wins over Bernard Hopkins and an in prime pound for pound number one in the world, James Toney. And in the Toney fight, it wasn't even particularly close. I mean, Roy clowned James Toney. And Toney himself is a legitimate great fighter. Roy beat him in his prime, and it wasn't even close. I mean, the fight wasn't close. It was like 10-2, 9-3 type of deal. Okay. And there's nothing at all on Floyd's resume that even comes in the same hemisphere as Roy's win over James Toney. I'm sorry, but there's nothing on his resume. And Floyd is a great fighter. He's beat some good fighters, okay? And he's got some great wins. But Roy's win over James Toney urinates and defecates on all of Floyd's wins collectively, period. So, yeah, the argument that Floyd is the best ever, that's on shaky ground. Okay, I don't know that he's the best fighter of the last 30 years. I think that's Roy Jones Jr., to be completely honest.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to that very simply. Consistency. You got to look at the entire career and longevity. And whether you think that Roy beat James Toney was great, I'm gonna ask you this: what fighter did Roy face that was quicker than him and faster than him? Had similar skills to him?
Well, James Toney, Bernard Hopkins. Okay,
no, they're not quicker than him. They're not faster than him.
And
they're not.
And listen, in terms of speed is a wonderful quality to have as a professional fighter. However, speed by itself does not win fights. Look, Zab Judah had amazing hand speed. Okay, but that
Zab Judah. Let me just interrupt for a second. Zab Judah was the mirror image of Floyd Mayweather, and everything Zab had was better than Floyd. He had better power, better foot movement, better speed, better quickness, and he didn't have better. He had similar defense. That's like Superman facing his arch rival, his mirror image. Tell me when Roy had that challenge. Tell me when Ali had that challenge. Tell me when.
So wait, stop. Hold on. Wait, stop. Hold on. Zab Judah on his best day is not half the fighter James Toney was. Okay. Now listen,
but that's not the point.
But no, here's the point.
The point is when did Roy ever face a fighter that was faster than him, quicker than him, had more power than him, had similar skills to him, knew the game similar to him?
Listen.
It was a mirror image.
Listen. Hold on.
I'm gonna show you something.
Zab Judah. Wait, hold on a second. Zab Judah. Look. Boxing is about more than just speed and punching power. There's this thing called ring IQ. And between Zab Judah and Floyd Mayweather, there is a gulf in terms of ring IQ.
No, I disagree with that.
Zab Judah does not possess the ring IQ of a Floyd Mayweather. He just doesn't. Okay.
Oh,
nor did he. Well, it didn't manifest itself in accomplishment. I mean, what's Zab Judah's best win? Corey Spinks?
So what you just said is what makes Mayweather better than a lot of fighters. See, Mayweather mentally. He said it all the time. It wasn't just about ring IQ. I'm smarter than all the other fighters. Mentally, Mayweather is stronger than Zab Judah. And mentally, he's going to find a way to win against that guy. He's going to solve him. See? And that's different to fighters who you just talk about their skill set or their abilities and so on. And Roy was like Floyd in that Roy was a mental fighter as well. but they robbed him against the kid he got the DQ on. They robbed him. So he had to reset his game. Otherwise, Roy would be also an undefeated fighter. Roy and Purnell.
And Pernell Whitaker. There's another fighter who I think you could arguably say is better than Floyd Mayweather. But again,
Pernell Whitaker,
but again, it comes down
to the right side. You're not going to touch him.
But listen, we can speculate about, or we don't even have to speculate. We can talk about ring IQ. We can talk about, certain attributes of a guy like Floyd Mayweather, of a guy like Roy Jones.
Roy said it. He admitted Floyd is the smartest boxer ever in boxing. He said,
and he very well might be, but at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge the acid test, which is accomplishment. And I challenge you.
He accomplished a hell of a lot. What I'm saying is, hold on.
But here's my question. I challenge you to find anywhere on Floyd Mayweather's resume a win as good as Roy Jones's win over James Toney. And mind you, Roy also.
There's none. Just the way
and you have to consider this also. Roy started his career at 154, right? He went up to heavyweight and won a title there against a legitimate top 5 heavyweight. Now, that's another accomplishment that is missing from Floyd's resume.
Which you may not be understanding. I'm saying there's a lot of things that these fighters did that Floyd didn't do. But there's a lot of things that Floyd did that those fighters didn't do either. So it's like when you're talking about accomplishment, this is great to talk about. But what you got to look at is, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Sugar Ray Robinson faced Jake LaMotta. Jake LaMotta beat Sugar Ray Robinson, knocked him out of the ring, etc. Right? Jake LaMotta outweighed Sugar Ray Robinson by 17 pounds. Right? Sugar Ray Robinson rematches Jake LaMotta days after and wins by split decision. Right? Jake LaMotta was always a tough fight for Sugar Ray Robinson. That's why we had these epic rematches. Mayweather faces Marcos Maidana. I know he's not no Jake LaMotta, but he's brutal, he's relentless. And Marcos Maidana put on probably the greatest performance of his life because it's Mayweather. He did everything to Mayweather. He went old school on him. He went gritty, right? Mayweather pulls out the win on him. Marcos Maidana comes in 165 pounds. Mayweather comes in 146. Marcos Maidana outweighs Mayweather by 19 pounds. All right? 19 pounds. They rematch, and Mayweather comprehensively beats this dude. He gets some moments, but he clearly beats him. Marcos Maidana, Jake LaMotta used the same style, that low to high, off the jab coming in on you. All right? Now, Sugar Ray Robinson then clearly beats the clean clock out of Jake LaMotta when going for the championship, right? Beats him real bad. Give him a beating. My point is, when I look at those two metrics, understand Jake LaMotta was a great fighter, great middleweight fighter. When I look at those two metrics, I see where Sugar Ray Robinson came up a little short, made his adjustment, and then had to still pull through, and then finally cleared the board and showed that he was what he was. Again, the weight had something to do with it. But Mayweather's been outweighed by a guy who's relentless, throwing bombs. Almost himself gets knocked out the ring. The guy tackles him and almost knocks him out the ring. We see these similarities in how he triumphs. And Sugar Ray Robinson has to go reset his board and come back. See what I'm saying? That's where we can put a little comparison, because if we look at their career, Sugar Ray Robinson, 200 and something fights, just been fighting people. You can't. This is something that Sugar Ray Robinson did. In fact, Floyd Mayweather didn't do it. Okay, so we can't.
So we have to interject some. We have to interject some context into these metrics, right? So in the Floyd Mayweather Marcos Maidana example, you had two guys who weighed in at 147. So you had Floyd Mayweather, who weighed in at welterweight, and who was essentially a welterweight, and Marcos Maidana, who was also a welterweight, right? In Sugar Ray Robinson and Jake LaMotta, Ray Robinson at the time was a welterweight who could not find fights at welterweight. Nobody wanted to fight him at 147, so he had to fight middleweights. So in the first loss to LaMotta, Sugar Ray Robinson was a welterweight fighting at middleweight. So there's a difference here, okay? Say what you will about what Marcos Maidana weighed on the night of the fight. He had to weigh in at 147. That wasn't the case for LaMotta. LaMotta was fighting in his weight class. Sugar Ray Robinson was the guy who was coming outside of his comfort zone to meet LaMotta at LaMotta's weight class. So the comparison between Floyd Mayweather and Marcos Maidana and Sugar Ray Robinson and Jake LaMotta, that comparison is way off because Mayweather was in his comfort zone. Ray Robinson wasn't. He was a welterweight who had to fight middleweights because all the guys at welter were too chicken shit to meet him in the ring.
Okay, so my response to that is very simple. Same day weigh-ins and day before weigh-ins makes the context very simple. It doesn't matter that Sugar Ray Robinson was facing middleweights because he couldn't face welterweights. The point is, on the night of the fight, this is the important thing, he faced a guy that was 17 pounds heavier than him, right? We're keeping it to the fight. Context, this is cool. He couldn't get welterweights, he was fighting middleweights. Mayweather was not in his comfort zone. I'm gonna tell you why. Because on fight night, repeatedly he's facing guys 15 pounds heavier than him. Victor Ortiz, 150, 165. Canelo, 165, 150. Marcos Maidana, 165, 146. Repeatedly, he's doing this in the spirit of Sugar Ray Robinson. Because even though they call welterweight, because it's not same day weigh-ins, guess what? He's effectively fighting middleweights. Okay, so I hear your point, right? About him not being able to get welterweights to face him. But the point is, the welterweights Floyd was facing were really, if you throw them back into time, they would be middleweights, right? Significantly bigger than him. Up to his last fight against Andre Berto.
Well, but you can't do that. You can't take Floyd Mayweather's opponents and somehow magically transport them back, 40, 50, 60 years. You can't do that. Floyd Mayweather's opponents at 147 were welterweights. They weren't middleweights. All right? You have to call them what they are. They're welterweights. Now, if the argument is that the welterweight division today is different than the welterweight division was back then, okay, I would agree. However, welterweights are welterweights. Middleweights are middleweights. Middleweights today, if you want to argue that they're bigger than they were in Ray Robinson's era, I would agree, because in Ray Robinson's era, you had same day weigh-in, whereas now you have 24 hours before the fight weigh-in or the day before weigh-in, okay? But you can't take Floyd Mayweather's opponents and then magically transport them back to Ray Robinson's era and call them welterweights or call them middleweights or whatever. That's not how it works, all right? Fact is, Marcos Maidana was a welterweight. You can't call him a middleweight because that's not what he was. Fight didn't take place in the middleweight division as opposed to Ray Robinson, who, as a welterweight, was fighting guys in the middleweight division officially. So let's call a spade, all right? Mayweather wasn't fighting middleweights. Mayweather was fighting welterweights because in today's era, guys who weigh in at 160, they come to the ring at 172, 173. Those weren't the guys that Mayweather was fighting. Mayweather wasn't fighting middleweights. He was fighting welterweights. So now we have to be consistent in our logic and call a spade a spade.
So my point anyway, I hear you, but once again, my point is, and I'm saying it again, is a different time. And therefore, when you go in the ring to face a guy, it's really what weight he is in the ring that matters. It's not the weight that he measured on the scale. That's cool. But really, you're coming in to face a guy a certain size in the ring. Okay? So it's different, like you said. Now, middleweights today, they can weigh anything between 170 and 180 pounds. Okay? They're much bigger. They're like heavyweights back in the day. And if you look, so anyway, the point is that when you look at the actual fight, when Mayweather's actually fighting these guys are significantly bigger in mass and weight than he is. And that's the fact that I'm giving. And Sugar Ray Robinson, hell of a fighter. But at the end of the day, when that gulf was the issue was that Jake LaMotta was too much bigger than him because he beat Jake LaMotta before. He beat him before. All right. Beat him before. Jake was a little bit smaller. They were saying that the gulf in weight, and why we talk about weight so much for people who don't understand is because weight sort of helps you with power. Take, for instance, Gervonta Davis. He's a big, if he go down to super feather, he'd be a massive super feather. And that's what kind of helps him with his power as well. Because he's really a lot bigger than all those guys in the weight class. When he comes in on fight night, he's weighing like 140, 150. You know, he's a big dude. And these little guys now, who may be 130, 135, 140, they're facing a big dude. So on the scales, it says that he's 130. But in reality, you're facing a 150 pounder. You know, and that's why I said I talk about the weight so much. But that's just one case where I'm showing you that you can compare Robinson with Mayweather. Now, I'm not saying that Mayweather accomplished everything that Robinson accomplished, or Robinson accomplished everything that Mayweather accomplished. I mean, Robinson went through like 14 Hall of Famers, okay? Beat. All right? And he did a lot of things in 200 fights. What I'm saying, though, is when you look at where it highlights certain aspects of Mayweather. For example, what it would highlight is how Mayweather had a certain determination mentally to win, that it was no excuses with him. It didn't matter if his hands were broken. It didn't matter if the guy was better than him in every category. He was going to find a way to win mentally. And that was his mental game. And all I'm just trying to show you is that, you know, Roy Jones used to say he's the smartest guy in boxing, whatever. I would say that it's his mental game that was on another level to the guys of his era, which makes him say, mentally, I think I would beat those guys. Now, like you would say, and like EJ would say, the conditions were different, though, right? The conditions. Mayweather has a lot more because these guys paved the way for him. It made it a little bit easier for him to be able to just focus on his mental game, and he had the right people around him, right? These guys had to fight to become the best. Sugar Ray Robinson, 40-something fights before he even got a championship fight. You know, a guy like Mayweather may never have been a world champion because he would have been too much of a threat. Look at Charlie Burley. Never got a championship fight because he was just too good. So maybe Mayweather would have never even become a world champion back then. He may never have been known because he was just that good. So, you know, when we think about it and we think of context, you know, this guy gets a lot of championship fights because he had the opportunities that some of these past greats and past great fighters did not have, right? Henry Armstrong, he didn't have those opportunities. So he had to really just push. I can see all of that. But at the end of the day, when we're looking at facts and we say, okay, Sugar Ray Robinson, man, you know, 6-time world champion, etc. But that's great. And at middleweight. But when you look at it, when he stepped up to the plate to face Joey Maxim, no disrespect to Sugar Ray Robinson, whooping his ass and so on. Joey Maxson still was able to beat him because Joey Maxson used his weight, you know, had a certain degree of defense, his size. He used his size, his weight, and he worked the body. You understand what I'm saying? And in a way, Sugar Ray Robinson fought that fight kind of wrong. And he tried to make the adjustments mid-fight, but by then it was a little too late. He expended a lot of energy. And I just don't see Mayweather mentally making a mistake like that. You see what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. So now we need context again. We need context. Now, Sugar Ray Robinson fought in an era where there were no half divisions. So there was no super middleweight. There was no junior middleweight. There was no super lightweight. Those divisions, they didn't exist. Well, I'm not sure about super lightweight, but there was no cruiserweight. Okay, these half divisions, they didn't exist in boxing at the time, right? Now, Sugar Ray Robinson started his professional career as a lightweight, 135 pounds. All right. Joy Maxson.
Actually, correction. When you go and check it out, he actually began his career as a super featherweight.
So there was no super featherweight division at that time. So even though he may have weighed 130 pounds, it would have been the lightweight division because there was no super featherweight. These half divisions didn't exist at that time. So there was no super featherweight division when Sugar Ray Robinson started his career. So,
well, let me put it this way. There was a super featherweight division because, as we know, junior lightweight is super featherweight, but he didn't have access to the championship of that division because the National Boxing Association offered those belts all the way back in 1921.
Okay, well, the point remains. So if you want to say that Sugar Robinson started his career at 130 pounds, that's fine. Joy Maxson was a light heavyweight champion of the world. That's 175 pounds, right? So in essence, Sugar Ray Robinson would have had to go up 2 divisions to fight Joey Maxson because Ray Robinson was a guy who started his career at, if you want to say 130, that's fine, who was the middleweight champion at the 160-pound weight limit, who challenged the light heavyweight champion of the world. That's 175-pound limit. Now, in today's sport of boxing, there's a division between middleweight and light heavyweight, that's super middleweight. So that's quite a leap from 160 to 175. Now, I don't know that there's anything on Floyd Mayweather's career where he skipped a division totally. All right. I mean, because when he never went from 147 to 160. Floyd didn't do that. He didn't jump from 135 to 147. He fought in between. He fought a super lightweight before he fought as a welterweight, right? So if we're going to make comparisons, let's compare apples to apples here. When Robinson fought Maxim, Robinson was going up in today what we would consider 2 divisions, right? He was going up 2 divisions. That's 15 pounds between between middleweight and light heavy. That's 15 pounds. That's a lot of weight. It's a lot of weight. So I don't know that correct me if I'm wrong, but there are no examples on Floyd Mayweather's resume in his career where he fought at a weight and then in his very next fight, he went up 2 divisions, 15 pounds. You don't see that on his resume. So let's compare apples to apples.
Fair enough. I mean, that's a very fair point. I would say though that Sugar Ray Robinson realized that he shouldn't have fought Joey Maxson early on how he was fighting him. He was expending a lot of energy, and I think he was trying to overpower Joey Maxim, and I think he realized mid-fight that was not the right strategy, and he was trying to kind of. But by that time, Joey had put his weight and size on him. So I was talking about the strategy, but that is a very fair point. There are very few boxers in boxing who, just up to recently, Canelo Alvarez was praised for jumping up 2 divisions to face Sergey Kovalev, a Kovalev that was no longer the crusher. So I got you on that. That's a fair point, but that does not change the fact that Sugar Ray Robinson did not fight. This is the point I was making. He didn't fight that fight smart. You agree with that?
Robinson was winning the fight.
He was winning the fight, but he didn't fight it smart. See, Joey Maxim fought the smarter fight. That's why Joey Maxim didn't faint from the heat. That's why Joey Maxim didn't. Have you seen the fight, by the way?
I haven't seen it in a while, but I've seen the fight, yes.
Right. Sugar Ray Robinson was faster than Joey Maxim, so he was tattooing him up. But Joey Maxim wasn't really getting caught with really, really flush, powerful shots because Joey Maxim himself, as the Mongoose will tell you, he was a little bit tricky. He had better defense than people made out to be. And so Joey Maxim, what he did in that fight was he imposed his weight and size. Every time Sugar Ray Robinson tried to take a break and clinch up, that's where Joey Maxim would push him around, and he would try and steal punches on the inside. So when he clinched up one arm, he'd steal punches on the inside of Sugar Ray Robinson. When Robinson started picking up on what Joey Maxim was doing, he started boxing from the outside and keeping him off with the jab, right? And then every now and then, so he pot shot him, and then he would land a set of combinations. But every time Sugar Ray Robinson would come on the inside to take a breath or clinch up, Joey Maxim would work his body. So Joey Maxim really started teeing off on him in the 10th and I think in the 11th. And by the 13th round, Sugar Ray Robinson was done, man. He was done. The fight plan, Sugar Ray Robinson realized, because Joey Maxim's trainer had spoke about how this was they were going to get him with a certain game plan. And remember, Joey Maxim wasn't just a 175 pounder. He also fought all the way up to heavyweight. Maxim wasn't no small 175 pounder. He was a big 175 pounder, if you really think about it. So what Sugar Ray Robinson did was effectively incredible. Let's not fool ourselves. But what I'm talking about again is the mental game, where Roy Jones Jr. succeeded, where Canelo succeeded, because of how they fought. It's about fighting smart. The guy's bigger, he's stronger than you. You can't just overpower him and knock him out or underestimate your opponent. You got to go in there and check and see what's going on. And I'm just saying, a Floyd Mayweather wouldn't approach it that way. You get what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying. Shout out to my guest in the area. It's really raining and pouring here, so it's going to be some background noise. But shout out again to Fight Doctor. And now entering the arena here is, it's just me. Okay. So Fight Doctor, you make a very, very important point, which is that Sugar Ray Robinson actually took a risk, daring to be great, and basically jumped up effectively in our day and age 2 weight classes, 2 light heavyweight. Sugar Ray Robinson was the one that introduced the super middleweight division because he had to face Donnie Lalonde. And remember, Sugar Ray Robinson didn't just face any light heavyweight; he faced the very best light heavyweight in Joey Maxim, and probably would have won the fight. I'm telling you, he probably would have won that fight if he had started off and paced himself a little bit more, used the jab a little bit more, and feint Joey Maxim to get a breath of air. Because again, I'm just thinking of it from a boxing perspective. He could have, set him up with a jab and then feint the jab a couple times, and that's how you get a couple gulps of air instead of clinching up. So that in that case, Joey Maxim wouldn't have been able to use his weight against him. And then another thing that Sugar Ray Robinson could have done was make Joey Maxim work. Make him come get me. Come get me, brother. Come get me. Again, where you get to now rest a little bit more You don't have to exert yourself a little bit more. You're not just circling the guy, burning all this energy with footwork and trying to entertain the crowd. And that would have definitely got him to win. He would have made it to 15 rounds because you mix it up. You make him come to you sometimes. Sometimes you go to him. You know, sometimes you feint him, but you're popping that jab. So he don't know exactly what you're going to do next. And that's where the mental game of Mayweather, you know, that's what I'm trying to explain to people, but they don't quite get what I'm saying. Well, Mayweather wasn't really the biggest puncher in the world, right? And if you're just counting on your power and you think you can get a guy out of there, but he's not getting out of there, then you got to switch up to plan B, C, D, E, F. And that's where I think strategically and boxing wise, I just don't see a Mayweather or a Canelo doing something like that, or Roy Jones Jr. even, because Roy Jones Jr., when he was fighting John Ruiz, notice he was stealing punches. It's called stealing it, where you're throwing the lead right when the guy don't expect it. The guy's bigger. You're not going to get him out of there with that lead right, but you steal the lead right so that you can roll under and you buy yourself some time with your angles and your superior footwork and your superior foot speed, because you can get in a position before that guy can. You know what I'm saying? So from a boxing perspective, that's what I'm talking about. You know, it's like Tommy Hearns versus Marvin Hagler. Tommy Hearns had all the advantages, but he did not use his advantages. He walked to Hagler. Now, it made for an exciting fight, but Tommy will tell you, I fought a stupid fight, right? I fought a stupid fight. I had all the advantages. I could have made him come to me. I could have used my range, used my footwork, get into position faster than he could. You know, it made for a great fight. They talk about the greatest fights of all time, and they talk about Tommy Hearns versus Marvin Hagler. But it's because Tommy Hearns fought a stupid fight that we got a great fight. Like Timothy Bradley versus Provodnikov. Timothy Bradley fought a dumbass fight, right? But it made for a great fight. So a lot of times people rate guys very highly off of some of the things they're not really proud of. Arturo Gatti, he never was proud of that Mickey Ward first fight. He'll tell you, I fought a stupid fight. I didn't listen to Buddy, you know, but that's what made him great, right? He won the other two fights. They were grueling, but he was smarter. And I'm just saying, Mayweather didn't give us the opportunity to see him fight a dumb fight. You know, he was smart. And this is the thing that I'm trying to explain to people why he's TBE. It's not just the exciting fights. A lot of guys give you exciting fights. A lot of guys face guys much bigger than them and triumph, but it were wars, or they were fights in which they lost because they didn't always use not just the fundamentals, but their smarts, not just their ring IQ, because they could have been superior in ring IQ, but their smarts in there. Looking at what I'm facing, deciding to make an adjustment to it, and deciding this is the way I'm going to have to progress and solve this rubric. And that's the thing with Mayweather. It wasn't just about trying to figure him out. He was also trying to figure you out. And I think that's where, as I was talking about, like his hit and not get hit ratio, that's where that factoid fits into the equation. You see what I'm saying? So, yes, in his era, he had a lot more. Advantages that played into his favor. Even the fact that Mayweather ended up running boxing, you know, that he was the keystone, that he had his own promoter. That was never that wasn't possible. That wasn't possible in Sugar Ray Robinson's time, even though he was a promoter as well, and he had a company, and he tried to make smart investments, and he failed in some of that too. But Sugar Ray Robinson era, it wasn't known that a black man could be a promoter. Sugar Ray Leonard tried to be a promoter, and even he kind of, because of the viciousness of the box. So Mayweather had all these advantages. He had the right people. Al Heyman was in his corner, you know. He had people that actually cared about him, wasn't just looking to make money off of him, because Sugar Ray Robinson had to fight for himself. Sugar Ray Robinson had to fight for himself. He said, I ain't showing, you got to pay me, otherwise I ain't fighting, you know, because they were ready to exploit the boxer. That's why Sugar Ray Robinson said at a certain point in time, he said, I don't have the passion for boxing no more, because he understood the business of boxing, and it was nasty. You know, it was dirty. And so you heard him say, you know, I don't have the passion for this thing no more. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't know Sugar Ray Robinson himself was a controversial figure of his day. It wasn't like everybody was licking his ass like they do today. You know, it wasn't everybody, not everybody, you know, but it is what it is. The fighter in his period and in his time does not get appreciated till 10, 12 years after. Muhammad Ali, people started licking his ass coming down to the end of his career. you know, at the end of his career, everybody was like, yeah, he's the greatest and so on. And he had to go all over the world and explain himself and explain his people and his culture and explain the misunderstandings of things. And even after all of that, there were still people who were writing bad things about him in columns, right? It's only as he cleared and his career was over, people really started raking the praises in. Even Roy Jones Jr., phenom. And the commentators would be cutting him down as he is fighting. You know what I'm saying? This is why, one of the reasons why I'm happy that Mayweather came out of his career having everything he desired, because in my opinion, he did it for Pernell Whitaker. He did it for Jack Johnson. He did it for Roy Jones Jr. You understand what I'm saying? There's a significance to this. And that's why I celebrate it. And anything this man said he is within reason, because I don't agree with everything he says, within reason, all right, and he backed the shit up. I'm gonna make a case for him, because as far as I'm concerned, this is for Roy, this is for Ali, you know, because Ali had to go and get his face busted up before people embraced him. When he was Cassius Clay and he was just, you couldn't even touch him, they was hating on him. They was hating on him. They even didn't believe, they thought it was a setup when he beat Sonny Liston. The rematch, they thought it was a setup. They didn't want to accept it. Even to this day, you have people saying, Sonny Liston threw that fight. Right? Because he did something spectacular. He did something that we never seen before. All right. And I just believe that this guy Mayweather did something that we didn't see before. That's why all these young bucks is trying to copy him. You know, I'm watching this young guy right now.
But wait, hold on. But when has Mayweather done something that we've never seen before?
Well,
give me an example.
That's easy. Well, this is very easy. When have you seen a boxer in boxing with a winning record? All he's done is win and face all the top tier guys in his era. All, okay, and all and many sizable, notable names in this era, and come out of that at the top. When have you seen a boxer post-prime? Hold on. When have you seen, mute your mic for a second. When have you seen a boxer post-prime be at the top of boxing all the way till he retires? You've never seen that. You've never seen a boxer post-prime at the top of boxing and all the way out of boxing. You never seen that.
Rocky Marciano
wasn't post-prime. He was a young guy.
Rocky Marciano was 35 years old when he retired. So in those days, 30.
Try again.
In those days, 33 was essentially old in boxing. But however you want to put it, Rocky Marciano was on the downside. He was post-prime when he retired. There's no questioning that. Rocky Marciano fought all the big names of his era: Joe Louis, Ezzard Charles, Judge Joe Walcott, the old mongoose Archie Moore, came out on top. So I ask again, when have we seen Mayweather do something that we haven't seen before?
Again, hold on. Rocky Marciano was not post-prime. And he was in his prime when he faced Jersey Joe Walker. He was in his prime when he faced Jersey Joe Walker. Okay? And if I'm not mistaken, if you want to say he became old, but he was 20, what was Rocky Marciano? 20, it was 26, 27 when he faced Jersey Joe Walker, something like that, right? And I'm talking about Mayweather in 2012 was pound for pound number one in the world, faced 6 opponents. And I'm talking about a guy at the age of 35 going all the way up to the age of 38. And I'm talking about, he obviously decayed, but looking like he's the best thing on the planet. I'm not saying that he was, but he looked that way. All right. So Rocky Marciano, no. And Rocky Marciano was world champion for, I think it was 7 years or something like that. So he probably was 28. Probably did fit. No, he probably was 20, 25, 26, something like that. And he finished his career at 33. All right. The reason why Rocky finished, because he ain't had nobody else to beat. Right. I don't believe he was out of his prime. He could have been at the end of his prime, but he definitely fought in his prime.
So Rocky Marciano had already had 49 fights. How many fights has Floyd had? Professional fights.
Again.
How many professional fights has Floyd had?
Like
Floyd
I said,
has had 50. Floyd has had 50 professional fights. So to answer your question, or to refute your claim that we've never seen anything like Floyd Mayweather before, that's incorrect. Rocky Marciano, 49-0 when he retired. Mayweather, 49-0 when he retired. The 50th fight, the 50th fight against Conor McGregor, that was a sideshow, being completely honest. So you say that we've never seen anything like Floyd Mayweather before. I disagree. We've never seen Floyd Mayweather do something that hasn't already been done. Fighting the 49-0 as a professional and then retiring, we've seen that before. We already saw that. So Larry Holmes went 48-0. And
he wasn't the best boxer on the planet, though.
But he was the best heavyweight.
He's not the best boxer on the planet.
He was the best heavyweight at 48-0. So again, the question
he didn't retire as the best boxer on the planet.
Rocky Marciano.
Watch this. Rocky Marciano obviously not in peak. Okay, he was in his prime when he finished. This is my point. He might have been on the downswing, but he was on his prime. But I'm talking about you find me a boxer. You trying to raise something. I'm trying to help you here, but you don't have a point.
But you're moving the goal. You keep moving the goalposts.
There's no goalpost to move. Rocky Marciano was in his prime. He was the old guy.
Rocky Marciano was not in his prime when he retired. All right. And you go back and read, look, he had back problems. And the back problems actually what made him retire. Okay. And most guys, after they have 49 professional fights, I don't think anybody would argue that a guy after 49 professional fights is still in his prime. Was Floyd Mayweather, was he still in his prime after 49 professional fights? No. Okay. So it's silly to make the argument that one guy after 49 professional fights is in his prime, but the other guy isn't. How does that work? Apples to apples. All right. I don't think anybody would make the argument that Rocky Marciano was in his prime when he retired. No, he was not. All right. So we've seen a guy go undefeated, fight all the best names of his era in his weight class, okay, and retire undefeated. So everything that Floyd has done, we've seen before. There's nothing that Floyd has done that's unique, that's special. I'm sorry, it's just not, okay? There's anything you can point to.
Sorry about that. I just had to go make an adjustment to something. Sorry about that.
So you have to look. You can't keep moving the goalpost, and you're going to have to compare apples to apples. Now, you can't say that one guy fights 49 professional fights, and then when he retires, he's still in his prime. But the other guy, he fights 49 professional fights, retires, and he's not in his prime. I mean, how does that go? All right. So
it's very
your argument. So wait. So your argument is. So your argument is that Rocky Marciano at 49-0 when he retired, he was not in his prime. He was still in his prime. But Floyd Mayweather at 49-0 when he retired, he wasn't in his prime. How does that make sense? They've had the same amount of professional fights. Okay. And honestly, in Rocky Marciano's era, 33 was considered old. It was considered ancient. So how is it that Marciano, after 49 professional fights, retires? He's still in his prime. Floyd Mayweather, after 49 professional fights, he retires. He's not in his prime. Please explain the logic behind your thinking.
It's so simple. Marciano faced a lot of guys who were, as we all know, not top tier fighters in his career. His fights ended short. He took very little punishment. All right. So whether he beat, you know, I can go look it up, but he beat Jersey Joe Walker when he was 25, 26. He was young. Jersey Joe Walker was the guy out of his prime. Jersey Joe Walker was 38 years of age, man.
Okay, so wait, hold on a second.
Hey, hold on. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought first, brother. You gotta let me finish my thought this time. All right. Okay. So Rocky Marciano became world champion, which is great. Ronald Starza was a good fight for him, but other than that, he really had much guys that did anything in the ring with him that he had to really, you know, have, you know, how we say, life and death fights. So the wear and tear on Rocky Marciano wasn't like the wear and tear on Floyd Mayweather to start with, career-wise. Besides that, Mayweather was in the game longer than Boxing Marciano and fighting at championship level fights with top tier guys longer than Rocky Marciano, going much more rounds than Rocky Marciano, all right, was older than Rocky Marciano, all right? So that there's no way, I mean, just from a boxing perspective, you telling me Rocky Marciano wasn't in his prime is weird. Okay? So, again, this is just boxing. Mayweather was 35 years old when he did that tough, rough fight with Miguel Cotto. Tough, rough fight. Now, Rocky Marciano coming to the end of his career had tough, rough fights because he could get hit a lot. But he showed his championship heart and he stuck to his game plan. Mad kudos to him, right? But he, at that time, when he started facing that top tier competition, right, was in his prime. Continued on in his prime. And you can say, okay, guys aged more back in the day, if you want. And Rocky Marciano had a style that would cause more wear and tear on him because he got dropped. He got hit with all kinds of things. All right. In which case you would say he had a short prime. I can agree with that to some degree. But for you to tell me that he had a post prime career like Mayweather, or he had a post prime career, he finished at the top of the game in his post prime career, it's not true. You're really reaching with that. If you really think about it, all right.
So
you
have
hold on. You gonna get your chance. You're gonna get your chance. Because you have to ask yourself, well, when was his post prime career? And if it was just one fight with Archie Moore, which is where I think you're reaching with, that's where you're going with it, the Archie Moore fight, then that's basically your point. Okay, because what I have to ask you is, we have to ask ourselves, what do you mean by prime? Because prime has to do with both the physical prime as well as it has to do with the performance prime. Okay, so if you're saying, oh, he was in his prime because he was just knocking everybody out, and then when he faced these top tier competition, he was getting knocked down and dropped and all of that. If that's what you mean by it, then I'm gonna have to make my adjustments to what I mean by prime, because that's not what I mean by it. All right. And then you talk about he had back problems and so on. I hear you on that, okay? But that don't mean you not out of your prime. It's what does those back problems affect your performance in the ring, right? And you have to look at your level of competition. When Mayweather was facing a certain level of competition, he was performing a certain way as Pretty Boy. And when he was still facing, I would say, higher level competition, he still was able to perform in his prime a certain way. But as soon as his prime ended, you saw him change the way he fought because he was no longer in his prime and there's certain things he just no longer could do. He couldn't do certain things. But he gave you the illusion that he could do all kinds of things in that ring. But there were certain things he just couldn't do anymore. Right? And if you can show me that with Rocky Marciano, I can agree with you. Then he really wasn't in his prime. But if Rocky Marciano doing what Rocky Marciano do every fight, then what are you talking about?
So wait, hold on, wait, hold on a second, wait. Now you're all over the place. Now let's be fair. Okay, go ahead.
Don't get triggered. Just give me 30 seconds, and I'm done. So what I learned was that Rocky Marciano had no more competition. He cleaned out everything. There was nobody else, and these guys were the best of the best. They exceeded the expectations of themselves. So that's why he retired from boxing, because Rocky Marciano was talking about Muhammad Ali and all these other guys, right? So this is all I got to say. Shoot.
All right. So there's a lot of wrong with what you just said. First, you made the argument that Rocky Marciano didn't take a lot of punishment in his career. Rocky Marciano was known for his horrible defense throughout the whole of his career. Did you see the first Jersey Joe Walcott fight? Did you see that fight? Jersey Joe Walcott split his nose wide open, Rocky Marciano's nose. Marciano took tons of punishment in the first Walcott fight. Walcott was winning the fight, comfortably winning the fight, easily winning the fight. Okay, it's like his right hand was surgically attached to the end of Rocky Marciano's nose. That's how bad it was. All right, until Walcott walked into a right hand in the 13th round, fight over. That was Rocky Marciano in his prime. Marciano took tons of punishment. Had Floyd Mayweather the defensive prowess of a Rocky Marciano, he wouldn't have half the fights that he has right now. We wouldn't even know who Floyd Mayweather is. Honestly, we wouldn't be talking about him. Okay, Rocky Marciano's defense was horrible. Everybody knocked him down. Okay, nobody had any problems finding Rocky Marciano with punches. So this whole argument of yours about Rocky Marciano being in his prime, when Rocky Marciano is in his prime, he was easy to hit. All right. By the time he reached the end of his career, he was well out of his prime because he had been in so many bloody wars. So anyone who would argue that Rocky Marciano was still at the prime of his career when he retired obviously has not paid close attention to what happened in his career or what he and his contemporaries were saying during that time. Rocky Marciano was clearly on the slide by the time he retired. All right. Now, in terms of his level of opposition, Rocky Marciano fought Joe Louis. He fought Ezzard Charles. He fought Jersey Joe Walcott twice. He fought Archie Moore. All right. Louis, Charles, Walcott, Moore. We're talking about 4 legitimate all-time great fighters. Okay. Now, were they in their primes or not? That's a different question. However, Marciano fought great fighters during his time at the top. That's undeniable. Okay, you can't deny that. All right. And again, you keep moving the goalposts because at first the argument was we've never seen somebody retire having fought the best opposition undefeated. That was your initial argument. And then the argument morphed into we've never seen somebody fight and beat all the best opposition and retire at the top of the sport. And then your argument morphed into we've never seen somebody fight the best opposition and look as well as Mayweather did at the time they retired. So my question is, which argument is it? Because all those can be refuted, all right? They all can be refuted, just that which argument do you wish to propagate? Which argument are you putting forward? Now, your first argument that you put forward was that we've never seen somebody retire undefeated, having beat all the best opposition. Rocky Marciano beat all the best opposition that was available to him at the time, retired undefeated, wasn't in his prime when he retired. He wasn't. All right, I'm sorry, but if you go back and you look at what was happening during Marciano's career, what his opposition was saying during that time, what his contemporaries were saying, what the press was saying about him, nobody thought that he was still in his prime. They all thought he was old, okay? So Marciano was not in his prime when he retired. So again, The argument I'm putting forward, which you have yet to refute, is that we've never seen Mayweather do something that hasn't already been done before. Now, in terms of longevity, I would argue that Roy Jones and as old men, as fighters who are past their prime, past their best, in advanced stages of their careers, Roy Jones and George Foreman have better accomplishments than Floyd Mayweather does. Roy Jones having beaten Jean Louise.
All right, before you go on to the topic,
hold on a second, hold on.
Hold up.
Wait, hold on, wait. I heard you.
That point. I don't want to go into another topic.
I heard you. Now you wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on. I heard you.
I'm the host. I'm a host here. Just mute your mic for a second so I can do this one. I'm gonna let you talk, right? I'm gonna let you talk, but just make sure I'm gonna refute that point that you just made, because you're not even clear on what I was saying. So you need to be clear on what I was saying, first of all, because you just went all over the place. I'm not going to let you go all over the place with that point. Go ahead, what you're saying, Roy Jones Jr. I'm coming back to that.
Okay, well, if I'm all over the place, I need for you to define exactly what is your point, because it is travel. You keep shifting the goalposts. So exactly what is the point that you're trying to make? Because my argument is that we've never seen Floyd do something that's never been done before. And your answer to that question was, you said, well, we've never seen somebody retire undefeated, having beat all the best opposition. And which I refuted that argument by giving you the Rocky Marciano example. All right, which then your argument morphed into we've never seen somebody retire undefeated and not be in their prime. So my question to you is exactly what argument are you making? All right, so answer that question, and then once you answer that question, once you advance your argument, stick to the argument that you're making when I refute it, okay? So what argument are you making exactly?
Okay. Before I go to that, welcome Intangible to this discussion and this debate. Intangible Boxing in the building.
Hey, yo,
Fight Doctor in the building.
Salute to the panel and salute to the chat. All right. Keep going, guys.
Okay. I wanted to make sure Fight Doctor got to say what he had to say. I don't. Let me just tell you guys, I don't interrupt you guys, right? I won't interrupt you guys. I just want you guys to talk, okay? My point was, I'm going to say it again. We have not seen a fighter post-prime dominating the sport of boxing, being the number one guy in the sport of boxing, and retire the number one guy in the sport of boxing. That was the point. There ain't no move goalposts. This is what we're debating. If Rocky Marciano, post-prime, dominated the sport of boxing and retired in the sport of boxing post-prime. Now, just to say one more thing, the guys you mentioned that he had wars with are the guys when he was world champion. The bulk of his fights before that, except La Starza, he was just knocking them guys out like bowling pins. He wasn't taking wear and tear because he was knocking them out, right? Because the guys weren't on that level. When he stepped up to that level, Roland Starza, though, was an exception to the rule. When he stepped up to that level, he's facing now exceptional boxers. We're talking about Jersey Joe Walker, exceptional. He was 38. That was his last two fights. And by the way, he had 2 fights with Jersey Joe Walker, 2 fights with Ezra Charles, 1 fight with Joe Woods, okay? 1 with Archie Moore. All right? But he didn't, in my personal opinion, he did not retire from the sport because he was old or aging or post-prime. Well, he was aging. But because he was post-prime, he retired from the sport because there was nobody else to beat. There was nobody else to beat. What was he sticking around for? Right? This is what I understand it for, because when I see Rocky outside of that, of course there's going to be wear and tear in boxing. But the point you are making, I see EJ Boxing live here, and I see UB Boxing. Shout out to UB Boxing and True Crime. The point I'm making is he wasn't out of his prime, man. I mean, you could try and express how much you want to make him out of his prime, but he wasn't, man. He took punishment, no doubt about it, but he came back. And fight after fight, he would take punishment. All right. And I just want to say on behalf of Rocky Marciano, a lot of people don't understand this. He was a smart fighter because these guys outclassed him. They had more skill than him. They had more everything than him. And you got to give Rocky his props for that. Rocky Marciano was smart. And a lot of people don't realize that. He could take a punch, but don't get it twisted. He had a game plan in how he was beating these guys. All right. I'm just saying that off the record as well. All right. Because I give this man mad props. Rocky Marciano, a lot of people, oh, he's 50, he fought old guys, blah, blah. Listen, man. The man fought what was available. And no, he did not duck and dodge nobody. You know, some people talk about how, Floyd Patterson was coming up. Floyd Patterson was 17 years old, man. Come on. All right. Come on. All right. So, we just going to give it to Rocky Marciano. And I want other people to know, for those people who don't know about Rocky Marciano, go watch his fights. Don't just go watch the fights against the great guys. Go watch, if you can find some footage, try and look at the fights, some other fights he had with some of the other guys. He was a beast. He was a beast. Okay. But anyway, that is my point. And I'm telling you, man, who is the guy that was at the top, the pinnacle of boxing, not heavyweight boxing, not whatever, the pinnacle of boxing, out of his prime, all the way out till he got out of the game, right? Rocky finished the game a winner. He was a winner. He had a winner mentality, okay? We're not going to degrade Rocky Marciano at all. We're not going to take that from him, right? And it wasn't just heart. This guy had a game plan. A lot of people don't understand that. And Rocky, if you study Rocky, you're going to learn if you outclassed, if you outmatched, there are fundamental things you can do to break down your fighter and then get him out of there, especially if they're older than you. You're going to test them. And that's what Rocky was able to do. And that's how he was able to get rid of his opponents. And somebody need to do a film study on this guy because he really showed that even if you're outmatched and outclassed, there are fundamental things you can do to get your opponent out of there. And he stuck to the fundamentals. And that is why Rocky Marciano, who also was surviving long enough to be able to figure out the guy, oh, this is what he did. Okay, I'm going to catch him here. All right. He was a thinking fighter. All right. So I'm just going to give Rocky Marciano his props. But I disagree with you 100% that he was out of his prime when he was facing all these guys. I disagree with that. You can make a case for the Archie Moore fight, right? Because he was definitely at the end of his flurry. Because in my opinion, when I looked at that performance, he had slowed down significantly. And a guy like Archie Moore that Floyd Patterson got out in 4 rounds, Rocky should have got him out earlier, to be honest with you. And no disrespect to Archie Moore, but he was too small for Rocky. He's too small for heavyweight, period. And it's a big props to him because he was able to wrangle with some heavyweights. He was select ones, actually, that he kept on rematching and stuff. But he was able to deal with some heavyweights and really show, and get to become top tier contender twice. So that's big props on Archie Moore, who fought until he was like 45, 46. Dominating light heavyweight, dominating it for like 10 years. It's just crazy. Shout out to Intangible Boxing. We're talking about Floyd Mayweather TBE, and we're debating this right now. So big point that Fight Doctor brought up was where Sugar Ray Robinson had to jump up 2 weight classes to face Joey Maxson. That was big. That was big. I get Fight
only
Doctor
one weight class because super middleweight was not an actual official weight class by that point. Now, if you were to talk about what it is today,
I understand, but what I'm saying, just to clarify for the viewers and everybody, today it's 2 weight classes. I understand the original eight belts was there, but to put it in perspective for the viewers today, he did what Canelo did, except Canelo didn't face the number. Well, he did face the number 1 guy, but the number 1 guy. This is number 1 guy who had all his working. Like, Canelo didn't face Kovalev when he was a crusher. This guy, Sugar Ray Robinson, faced Joey Maxson when Joey Maxson was Joey Maxson. You know what I mean? That's all I got to say.
Joe Gans is greater than or better than Floyd Mayweather career-wise. That's going to be my argument.
Fair game, fair game. So start shooting your shot. Shoot your shots, brother.
Hold on. My mouse keeps messing up on my computer. Just give me a minute or so.
So Fight Doctor.
Yeah. So
Your response.
yeah. So again, there's a lot of ground that Mayweather would need to cover before he could be considered the best ever. There's just too many guys from years ago. Like I said, Mayweather isn't even the best guy the last 30 years. I mean, his accomplishments don't measure up well against a guy like Roy Jones. They just don't. I mean, you know, Mayweather's resume is good. It's good enough for him to be considered a great fighter, but Roy's resume is a tier or two ahead of Mayweather's resume. All right. I mean, again, we could talk about the Tony fight, and then the way the Ruiz and Antonio Tarver wins. Those are tremendous accomplishments. All right, tremendous accomplishments. A guy who started his career at 54, he goes up and wins a title at heavyweight, and then comes back down and claims a light heavyweight title. Okay. Tremendous accomplishment. I don't think that's ever been done before. I don't think a guy has ever won a title at heavyweight and came back down. Okay, well then I'm mistaken. Well, who? I would like to know who won a title at heavyweight, came back down and won a title at light heavyweight. Who's done that before?
It was a long time ago. It was by
because I don't think that's ever been done.
It has been done. It has been done. He went from heavyweight to light heavyweight. EJ, if you could just put it in the boxing column there, I can see the fighter, but I just can't remember the name sometimes.
Yeah.
There's Matt Echo. There's Matt Echo on a fight doctor Mike.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is wrong with this thing. I'm at the.
Yeah, just mute your mic. Right, good. Intangible?
Oh yeah. I was going to argue Joe Gans over Floyd Mayweather. And I would like to say, and just start off my argument by saying Joe Gans fought the undisputed champion at welterweight. Floyd Mayweather never did that. Joe Gans had a tougher route at lower weights than Floyd Mayweather. He's the second greatest lightweight of all time. You can't say that Floyd Mayweather is the second greatest in any weight class he's ever been in. He fought more often. He fought tougher fighters. He fought the likes of Barbados Joe Walcott, who was at higher weight class, even though he was smaller than he was in terms of frame. That dude is very strong. He was able to draw with guys like him. He was able to beat Battling Nelson in a 42-round fight. He was able to beat the likes of Dave Holly, George Elbows McFadden. I mean, just a lot of different. And he was able to become welterweight champion after vacating the lightweight belt and then regain the lightweight title.
Phenomenal facts again. And this guy fought anybody, anywhere, any place, anytime, and was a true scientist, a true pugilist scientist of the sport. Wasn't a guy known for just knocking out people, but he definitely figured out people. I would call him one of the godfathers of the method that passed down through the generations. And Mayweather eventually put back one fight up. Mayweather eventually also adopted that. So 100%, what you're saying there is fantastic accomplishments. But what I was arguing with people is just because Mayweather made hold on a second. Fight doctor. Mute your
mic real quick.
Just mute the mic quickly. I'm responding to Intangible for a second. Yeah. Just because Mayweather didn't accomplish certain things that Joe Gans did, basically because of politics, really. Doesn't mean, though, well, at least in terms of the undisputed. We all know he would have been undisputed if Carlos Baldomir paid the sanctioning fees, right? Because let's be honest. What is Zab Judah doing with the IBF title? He lost, but he have that title, okay? Let's be real, right?
Yeah, but Baldomir was a legitimate welterweight champion when Floyd beat him.
Yeah, my thing is that Baldomir just didn't pay sanctioning fees. That's why he wasn't undisputed, which is a petty thing, right? So, I mean, really, technically speaking, I don't want to go there, really.
Fair enough, but also Joe Gans beat a superior fighter in Mike Twin Sullivan. Carlos Baldomir's career is pretty much null and void outside of that Zab Judah victory. He came into that fight with, 16 losses? The guy was pretty much at journeyman level.
Losses?
Something like that.
No, he had 22. He was on a 22 fight win streak, beating guys like Joshua Clottey, Zab Judah, To Rugatti at the end of his career. But the point is, goes with some of the names. I think it was another guy, but I forgot who that is. So he
Yeah,
came in,
that
you know,
that fight
having
was
some good wins.
that fight was actually considered to be pretty much that fight against Zab Judah was considered to be a tune-up because if you remember before that fight, there was a contract set for Floyd Mayweather to fight Zab Judah, and he was going to use Carlos Baldomir as the tune-up. Carlos Baldomir was not even a top 10 welterweight at the time. Okay, and Zab Judah ended up losing that fight, which pretty much threw a monkey wrench in between that fight, but Floyd went on to go on ahead and face him anyways. The guy was not in a very great spot in that fight anyways. I mean, nah.
The thing about it though is, just like how Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson, the guy peaked for that fight, and Zab underestimated because the guy was coming off a 22 fight winning streak. The guy came from Argentina. That should have told Zab something. That's why I said Zab. He may have boxing IQ and all of that, but smarts, you know, smarts. He didn't have that, man.
Yeah, but also, I mean, Mike Twin Sullivan, what he accomplished, in my opinion, was better. I mean, he beat Dixie Kid. He beat Honey Melody. Honey Melody beat Barbados Joe Walcott for the undisputed welterweight championship of the world. I mean, those undisputed runs are pretty much incomparable if that's what you want to consider undisputed, even though it's
Also,
not, but fine.
yeah, and also I want to add to your point. Back in the day, the way how fights were scored, sometimes these guys actually got wins that they didn't get wins for. They got draws. So sometimes the fight, this dude actually win the fight, but they settled beforehand. If nobody knock out nobody, it's a draw. So we had to remember all of that too.
I mean, look, you like to bring up the point of Mayweather being undefeated, but Joe Gans fought 197 fights and only had 10 losses. And some of those losses were considered to be fixes. Some people don't even think he really had much of a legitimate loss until losing those 2 fights to Battling Nelson, where Battling Nelson ended up knocking him out pretty much on just the incredible stamina and heart he had. And Joe Gans being past it. Like, his career lasted a long time. His prime pretty much lasted from 1895 to 1906. Until that first even in that first Battling Nelson fight, he was arguably past his prime, and he still was able to beat a lightweight undisputed champion for all intents and purposes. A guy in Battling Nelson who gave Abe Attell serious issues and had him tired and on wobbly legs for the last 2 rounds of their fight.
No, I'm with you on that as well, and I'm glad you guys are bringing up these fighters. And I wish we have to allow whoever might be here, it might be casual fans coming through, to know about all of these fighters. Because I think what this brings about in a very surprisingly interesting way by making this debate is we get to bring up some of the fighters of the past who were remarkable fighters that people may have forgotten, or a lot of the current people in boxing today don't know about. And Joe Gans was like the first black, this is a very important point, the first black recognized globally, universally at least, a lightweight champion of the world, who succeeded in expedition that also became welterweight champion of the world.
He was the first black multi-weight champion in boxing.
Yeah, from Baltimore. I also, let's not forget, EJ brings up the colored black championship as well. We have forgotten those accolades that these fighters also have. And Joe Gans was basically a 135-pounder fighting at 147 or 145, whatever it was. So these are all very important points you mentioned. I do not disagree with you in any way, shape, or form about the accomplishments, but here's where I come in. This is my counter argument. My counter argument is a very simple one. In terms of Mayweather has a lot going for him because of these guys that paved the way for him. So he was able to, after Oscar De La Hoya, sort of control his career, as well as, to some degree, shape and influence sport of boxing. That aside, therefore he had the opportunity to fight how he was most comfortable doing. That was credit to his team, his promotional company, Al Heyman, all these people, right? But the one thing I will say that these past great fighters, and we're talking about Joe Gans was like beginning of the 19th century, right? Joe Gans was out there. So it was early in boxing. The one thing I would say that Mayweather might have trumped Joe Gans in which to me is a deciding factor. It's the fact that Joe Gans, he fought very regularly, etc. You know, got beaten by certain guys, looked for the formula to beat other guys. But in terms of, and was meticulous and fought often. But in terms of Mayweather being able 100 years later to have all that knowledge and information passed down to him, I think in that respect, this is the argument I'm coming from. In that respect, with all that knowledge passed down to him, I think he betters Joe Gans in that respect, skill-wise and smart-wise.
Okay, wait. Can I ask a question?
That is an
hold on. We got an explosion all of a sudden.
Can I ask a quick question?
So let me just finish this point, and then we done. So that's the only thing that I see really, because when I look at Joe Gans and what he did for the sport of boxing, again, you can't, like Mayweather he inherited that thanks to Joe Gans, who paved the way. That's like even Jack Johnson. When you really think about it, they make him a black sheep, right? But Jack Johnson paved the way for Muhammad Ali to be the greatest. And in a way, you take Jack Johnson, you know, he supersedes Ali in the sense that if you take Jack Johnson out of the picture, you will have no Muhammad Ali. If you take out Joe Gans from the picture, you don't have no Mayweather because you would have had no black fighters fighting.
I get
so
that
in that
point.
respect, I see where you're coming from.
I get that point, but skill is not the only criteria there is to who is the best. I mean, I'm bringing up things
talking about
skill. Skill, so that's your criteria on who's better? Just skill?
I said I wasn't talking about skill. I wasn't talking about skill. I was talking about smarts. It's not ring IQ. It's not intellect. It's not boxing skill in the ring. You could be very skilled as a boxer and still fight a stupid fight. I am talking about smarts because of knowledge. Okay? When you have a certain knowledge of the game, this is why Mayweather was in the position to be. He succeeded where Roy Jones Jr. and Pernell Whitaker didn't succeed because he had that knowledge from the short.
Wait. Stop. Wait. I need to ask a question. Okay, I need to ask a question. In terms of Floyd Mayweather, now you're giving him all these accolades that he's inherited this knowledge from past greats, this and other. That's fine, and that's true. I agree. All right, but the question needs to be asked: exactly who did Floyd beat? I mean, let's recap Floyd's 3 best wins. All right. Now, my argument that his 3 best wins are probably, I would say his 3 best wins are what? Maybe De La Hoya, Alvarez, and Corrales.
Pacquiao.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, So Pacquiao, Corrales, and maybe De La Hoya. Oh no, I'm sorry. Pacquiao, Corrales, and Alvarez. Those are his 3 best wins, right? Now let's compare that to someone like Roy Jones. Roy Jones has the win over Hopkins. He has the win over Tarver. He has the win over an in prime pound for pound number 1, James Toney, and he has the win over Ruiz at heavyweight. That's just Roy Jones, and Roy Jones's resume pales in comparison to some of the other all-time greats, guys like Roberto Duran, who has the win over in his prime Sugar Ray Leonard. So
I could debate you on that. I think Roy Jones has a better career than Duran even. But that's a debatable thing.
Well, I think we can both agree that Jones and Duran both have better wins, have better resumes than Floyd Mayweather. Can we agree?
I could. It's so technical because it's like saying Andre Ward versus you're talking about numeracy versus quality, kind of like. So it depends on what you mean. But if you're talking about best wins of their careers, I agree.
Well, then I think you've just shot yourself in the foot. I mean, you make this argument about we've never seen anything. We've never seen Floyd. We've never seen a guy in boxing retire undefeated and at the top of the sport. However, if that's true,
I never said that. I said a guy who dominated the sport post prime.
Okay.
And
Post prime.
undefeated. You gotta get the point.
All right. So post prime. All right. So then here's my question. Post prime. Exactly who did Mayweather beat to be so dominant, quote unquote? Who did he beat?
You serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Who did he beat? Who did he beat?
No, I'm not going to answer that. I'm not even thinking about that.
No, but you have to answer the question. Now, if your argument is that we've never seen anybody post prime be as dominant as Floyd Mayweather and retire undefeated, my question to you is exactly who did Floyd beat post prime? Who did he beat?
When he was 35 years old, who did he face?
Well, I can answer that question easily. Nobody.
Miguel Cotto.
You are crazy.
That's it.
Miguel Cotto, ninja. Put some respect on that name.
Wait, Miguel Cotto had already been beaten. What are you talking about? It's not like Miguel Cotto was undefeated.
Being beaten? Dude, Joe Gans got beaten. Ali got beaten. Everybody, all the greats got beaten. What is that?
Miguel Cotto wasn't exactly. Miguel Cotto wasn't exactly.
He was not a pound fighter at the time.
Yeah, he wasn't pound for pound number one.
He
so
wasn't
what are you talking about?
He wasn't even a top 10 pound for pound fighter. If you look at the guys he had beaten by that point, he was coming off victory over a shot to pieces Margarito, Yuri Foreman, who's basically a backyard brawler, Ricardo Mayorga in a fight he looked pretty bad in. And I mean, if you look at the rest of his 154 pound performances, he had nothing but average performances from that point forward, and even before then. I mean, look at the guys. I mean, he looked average against Kamagai. He lost against Adam Ali.
He lost the Mosey fight, in my opinion.
Or that's arguable.
Mute your mic, Fight Doctor. Let Intangible talk, and then Intangible you mute so that Fight Doctor can talk.
Yeah. I don't got to mute because I don't have any echo, but I'll probably just mute anyways. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. The Miguel Cotto victory, yes, Cotto is a great name, but what had Cotto done? Where was Cotto at that point in his career? He was not the same fighter. He was really never the same fighter after losing to Margarito. He would end up going on to get a win over Martinez, but at a higher weight class, and also Martinez had shot legs. I mean, you could just see after that first knockdown, he was completely done. But fine, I'll give him credit for that victory. You know, I mean, the rest of Cotto's career was just full of average performances, not so great names as far as winning. I mean, how much credit are you going to give the Cotto victory if you look past face value?
Right, Doctor?
Exactly. Look, the Cotto win, that was a good win. There's no question that the Cotto win was a good win. Cotto is a damn good fighter. However, Cotto had not been the same since Pacquiao put him down, okay? And honestly, you know, Cotto, listen, Cotto is not going to be remembered as an all-time great. He's not, all right? Good fighter, yes. But, you know, he got beat by Margarito in a fight under some, you know, questionable circumstances. I'll give him that, you know. But the Mosley fight, I thought Mosley exposed Cotto. I thought Mosley beat Cotto. And had there been a couple more rounds left in that fight, Mosley would have knocked him out. No question, in my mind, okay? So if your argument is that Floyd Mayweather is somehow the best ever because he beat Miguel Cotto, that argument is on some very shaky ground. So my question to you is, do you have anything else? Because the Miguel Cotto win, that's not cutting it. It's just not.
Right.
Facts, Fight Doctor.
We just started with his post prime. That's the first thing. And to your points, guys, Cotto was not a 160 pounder, and he captured the 160 title, which was amazing. Defended it. Now, bear in mind, Sergio Martinez wasn't Sergio Martinez, and Daniel Guy was weight drained. But the point is, the dude wasn't a 160 pounder. He exceeded his expectation and did something extraordinary. And then after that, he was about 34, 35 years of age, captured the WBO title. Now, one of the things I got to say about these exceptional guys is late in their careers, they still being at the top of the divisions or somewhere there. You know, we talk about Pacquiao right now. But anyway, to your point, that was just Cotto. You guys are debating on Cotto, but you even said Cotto was a good win. Cotto was 31. Mayweather was 35.
Well, there's no question that Cotto...
Wait, hold up. You want me to answer the question? I got to answer. So let me continue. It wasn't solely on Cotto, who you was calling a nobody, by the way. Next, he faces Robert Guerrero. Forget him. Canelo Alvarez. What is Canelo right now?
A great
Alvarez is the
fighter.
middleweight. Yeah, Alvarez.
Hold up. I'm not done. He faced Canelo at 36. Canelo was 23. Next, he follows that up by facing rough and rugged Marcos Maidana at the age of 37 twice. Hear me out. 37 years of age, facing a rough and rugged guy first time, then second time. And then at the age of 38, he takes on Manny Pacquiao. We don't need to talk more about Manny Pacquiao. Everybody know who Manny Pacquiao is. Everybody know what he accomplished. All right. Now that right there, if you say he didn't face nobody, you're not being honest. You're not being honest. Manny Pacquiao is currently the oldest welterweight champion of the world. He's in the top 2 welterweights in the division right now. You cannot tell me.
All right, wait, stop.
These guys aren't
wait, stop.
And they not all-time great.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, stop.
Hold on.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait.
I'm almost done, but you gotta mute your mic. First of all, I need you guys to calm down. You guys get too emotional on these things, right? You gotta calm down, right? Everybody get emotional about Mayweather because all of a sudden they want to prove that these guys are not what they are. I get it. It's king of the mountain. You separate, you spend about 5 years later, you're gonna calm down and you're gonna realize. But I'm just saying right now that these guys are phenomenal guys. Not Marcos Maidana. Marcos Maidana have exceeded himself. But Canelo, Pacquiao, Cotto, they are phenomenal guys. They are right there with the top greats of all time. They are right there. Their resumes show it. Their record shows it. All right. They exceeded themselves. And you need a moment to separate yourself from the time to see that. But I acknowledge, of course, Roy Jones Jr. facing James Toney. There ain't nobody on Mayweather's record like a James Toney. I agree with you 100%. I'm not going to disagree with you. We're talking truth, right? But don't get it twisted. Mayweather has some incredible people on his resume. Yeah, we had controversies and we have all kinds of things with them, but they are nothing short than all-time greats. They may not be way up there as all-time greats, but they're nothing short of it. And this guy did it from 35 to 38, right? And that's the truth. But you go ahead now and speak your stuff. We must acknowledge the truth where it is, though. Hello?
Fight Doctor, I guess he dropped out.
Well, Fight Doctor, he probably his connection probably dropped. That's what happened. It wasn't him. It's probably his connection.
What really do you mean by past prime? Do you mean age? Do you mean what position they were in their career? Do you mean losses? Do you mean what? Like, because, okay, go ahead.
Great question. Because I think if we don't explain what it is we specifically talking about, past prime, in my opinion, okay, I'm only talking my opinion. How I understand it is that it's really when your performances start to taper off. There's certain things you cannot do anymore that you used to do before, right? So you could be past your prime. Take, for instance, if we look at Juan Manuel Marquez, when he was in his prime, he was able to throw several other punches than just his uppercuts on the inside. You know, he threw more leaping left hooks. He don't throw as much leaping left hooks anymore. He would at first he was a boxer type, right? And then he changed his style to deal with Barrera and those guys to a more spectacular version where he got hit a lot more. But besides that, Marcus threw a lot more. He threw a lot more hooks to the body, and he threw a lot more left hooks, leaping left hooks like Ricardo Lopez. And as he got older, he had to adjust that because he'd get caught throwing the left hook because it was too slow. And you saw he had that cage defense, kind of like, not like Danny Garcia, but Danny Garcia has the same approach, a cage defense. So he could catch a lot of shots and block a lot of shots. So that's why Juan Diaz didn't beat him. So he made adjustments because he was not capable of doing certain things. When you look at Mayweather, really he was out of his prime somewhere in his 30s. I think it's more the Hatton fight, I think, was the last fight where he was really somewhat of a prime Mayweather. Why? We could see it. Pretty boy Floyd threw combinations. He threw a lot of combinations. He'd ship off to the side and throw a lot of combinations. And we all know Mayweather had hand and shoulder problems. And he said that the last fight where he was really doing really well was the Gaddy fight, where you really saw him doing his thing. You saw him do his thing against Sean Ben Mitchell, Zav Judah. But when you really look at it, his last fight where he was really throwing a lot of combinations was with the Hatton fight. And then he had to change his style. He had to reinvent himself and do a lot more pot shotting around fighters. Because one, they were better fighters than him, bigger fighters than him. And then two, because he couldn't throw those combinations anymore because his hand was so bad. So he had to learn how to place even more. He had to work on being more specific in how he placed his punches and stuff. And so while everybody thought, man, Mayweather ain't slowing down and stuff, he actually was slowing down. He actually was breaking down. And he actually had to change his style of fighting to accommodate for his loss. He couldn't just do all those nice little combinations he used to do, leaping off of different angles and stuff, because of his hands and his shoulders. So that's what I mean by a fighter being out of their prime. You look at their performances, either they had to make adjustments or they started getting defeated because they couldn't do certain things anymore. Roy Jones Jr., he didn't have that fast twitch anymore. In his prime, he had the fast twitch. He slowed down a bit, and so he was getting caught a lot more than he usually would. You could see the decay in him. That's why I said with Rocky Marciano, I don't really see much of a decay. He slowed down a bit. Again, in the Archimore fight, he did slow down some, and he was kind of sluggish. So I could get where Fight Doctor was talking from. But if you look at the other fights, because he had youth on his side, he was able to heal up faster. Even if he had injuries in his body, like he was talking about back injuries because he bent so low and stuff. Even if he did have those injuries, it didn't, because you could have an injury, right, but still be in your prime. You understand what I'm saying? But if it affects your performance, then you can't say it's a prime performance anymore, because it's, yeah.
I get it. So another question though. If somebody is out of their prime weight class, would that make them past their prime or not in their prime?
No, it wouldn't make them past their prime. I understand what you mean by prime, where they perform the best, prime weight class. No, I mean they're out of their prime. You remember, think about it this way. If I, right, I'm known for signature punches, but my signature punches are still there, right? But at the same time, there are other punches I usually put into my repertoire or other defensive maneuvers that I usually do, and now they're not as effective. I'm getting hit a lot more. I'm getting touched up a lot more. Or, you know, I used to throw combinations before I hit you with my signature punch. Or, you know, my footwork suddenly became, I'm not moving as much. I have to stand in front of you more. I can't move as much. My legs not working as they used to. Those things show you that a fighter is decaying and that they're coming out of their prime. So it's those things that...
Okay, so if a fighter wouldn't... So how much credit do you give a fighter if they don't really decay much throughout their career? If they're able to sustain their moves and their best, at least far throughout their career?
They had to be taking something. That's not human. That's not normal.
I gotta say, there was no steroids back in Joe Gans' time, because Joe Gans only lost his lightweight titles, actually lost his lightweight titles to somebody, didn't vacate before he moved up. He only lost them in his third to last fight, when he had already won 157 fights and only lost 10 at that point.
It's crazy. And the thing about, I wish I could see more footage of Joe Gans, but it was so early, I don't know if they have footage of him. Why I want to see fighters is because then you can see what they were at, how they were at. I don't expect Joe Gans to be at the standard or quality of today's fighters. I don't expect that. I expect him to have a knowledge base, though, that would help him to compensate. What I mean by that is he would know things that today's fighters just don't know, you know, because of the way. But what I could say is that's just fucking phenomenal. If that really was, but I have to see him to know. You understand what I'm saying? I'd have to see the fighter to know if they're decaying or not. Even if the record says X, Y, and Z, you could see if a fighter, because again, you got fighters that won fights and everything. Ricardo Lopez, you know, beat a lot of people, undefeated. But you have to look to see if there was wear and tear in Ricardo Lopez's game. Obviously there was. and fighters know how to mask certain things. They know how
Let
to
me just
hide
say
it.
this, right? Joe Gans actually did have a lot of wear and tear by that point. But honestly, that makes things even more impressive. He had a lot of wear and tear by that point. In fact, there's a quote by Abe Patel, who was in Joe Gant. They're like really close friends. He was in Abe Patel's corner for the second or third battling Nelson fight that he lost. And he said that he was way past it by that point. And by the way, by that point, he hadn't lost since 1906. All right. And after that loss, he would go on to beat Nelson. He'd go on to beat Dave Holly, Jack Blackburn, Jimmy Britt, etc. A lot of different guys.
Blackburn, baby. You know that guy could fight.
Yes, he had a very underrated career. He fought everybody.
Again, I'm not even going to try and dispute that. Like I said before, I'm not going to dispute it at all. The one thing I wish I could see was footage of him, because when you see footage of a fighter, it cements in your mind exactly. You now know for yourself. Oh man, this way. I never seen Joe Gans fight. I've seen little clips of him, but never seen him fight. So I can't really say what to say about him.
I know you probably
what we read about him. That's about it.
I know you probably won't be able to watch the full fight, but
I'd love to see him fight.
There's like about an hour-long highlight video of Joe Gans versus battling Nelson that's on YouTube. It was only uploaded a few months ago.
Okay, I got to see that. Thank you. I will definitely go and look at that. Because sometimes I want to see these past fighters and some of the techniques and skills that they use that I know no longer are used today. And these are very interesting, intriguing things. Once again, Intangible Boxing, nice stuff. Again, nice stuff. Now, like I said before, and I agree, a lot of boxers in the history of boxing have done phenomenal things, and some of them, they don't get the credit they deserve. They don't even get mentioned. I mean, Joe Gans is one that's mentioned because of the historic nature of him and so on. But I can talk about Claudius Marrero just very recently. Claudius Marrero from the Dominican Republic, sensational skilled boxer, southpaw, just so many fighters out there. That's why some people say, well, we don't want to say who's the best or who's the best, but I choose to say who's the best in this case. Go out because the guy claimed he was the best, and I feel the guy should get the credit he deserves on that.
You froze.
Yeah, am I okay now? I'm good.
Yeah.
So, but nonetheless, again, I wish people would go back. You guys, you might not be able to see a lot of footage on Joe Gans, but go check him out. Phenomenal fighter for his time, especially, and somebody you can learn a lot. The fundamentals of boxing. The guy was a pugilist, a scientist, right? I already made my argument for your argument, so I ain't really got much more to say on that, because I haven't seen Joe Gans fight, so I can't really analyze him other than that. But yeah, he deserves all the credit in the world. There was a certain pool of boxers he mostly fought with, but he was the guy that broke the color line. A lot of the skilled fighters of his time, he faced all of them, all right, and for the most part dominated all of them. Private check. Intangible says, let me in. Oh, you showing me the YouTube clip? Thank you very much. I'm definitely going to check that out.
Yeah, it's not in the greatest quality, but yeah, it's quite the footage.
There's several other fighters that we can talk about through boxing history that have done phenomenal things. So it's not like I'm saying that these boxers didn't do phenomenal things. So let's just get that straight, okay? And they were keystone people. Without them, we wouldn't have anything like what we have today. The benefits. If Joe Gans didn't break through, and if he wasn't that good that he could break through, we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now. So, again, well said, Intangible. Keep on making the arguments. My only thing is, like I said before, knowing the game and having all-around smarts of the game. And again, Joe Gans, Sugar Ray Robinson, Jack Johnson, Jack Johnson, and then all the other fighters as well. But to a bigger degree, historically speaking, Jack Johnson, Joe Gans, these guys put him in the position where he could get to that point. Without those guys, it never would have happened. never would have happened.
I mean, I feel like while, yes, they paved the way for boxers today, and there are certain tactics that fighters today tend to use that fighters don't use back then, I would argue that it's the same way vice versa. I don't think I don't think there's a lot of great inside fighters in boxing today. I really don't. There's a few. I think Canelo is one. I think Roman Gonzalez is one. I think Crawford is Spence is decent. Yeah, in new ways, he's solid on the inside, but he's not a typical inside fighter. He's good at pinning your guard down and being able to throw body shots, but he's not going to fight in an extended period of time on the inside. It's really Canelo, Roman Gonzalez, Spence, and a few other guys. Maybe Porter.
Terrence could do it. Terrence does it.
Yes.
Terrence can do it.
You know, not really Josh Warrington. Josh Warrington's a mid-range fighter. I just don't sense a lot of great inside fighters in the sport today. Maybe Srisa gets Sor Rungvisai, but Rungvisai fights at mid-range, though. You know, I feel like
it's a lost art.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's
thanks to Andre Ward, I think Andre Ward will make sure that Shakur Stevenson gets that inside game knowledge, because you can see Shakur in his last fight. That's how he dropped the guy, with an inside body shot. So Shakur for sure is going to have that. Terrence Crawford has it. That's how he beat the Scottish dude. I think Irish, Scottish. I can't remember which one it was. That's how he beat him. He beat him on the inside. So inside game is very important in boxing. But I would always tell somebody all-around game. And whichever you weaken, that's what you need to work on. Because as Andrew Ward and Mayweather and Whitaker will tell you, you want to make the fighter fight a fight that they're not used to. You want whatever makes you uncomfortable doing more than likely makes them uncomfortable doing. What you like to do is probably what they like to do. So perfect the thing that you're not comfortable with, and probably they won't be comfortable with it. So you can push them into that area. And I think that's where, back in the day, there was more all-around fighters. You had fighters who could fight at any range. You had more of them than today, I believe. But even so, you not only have to be good at it, you have to be great at it, and know what to do with it. Or even if you're not great at it, you have to know what to do to sort of make sure that what you do works and is effective, because let me explain what I mean. So like, for example, Andrew Ward said, you don't have to be perfect in footwork, but you must be able to move just enough to make your opponent just miss, just be just there. Your upper body movement. So you don't have to be perfect at the upper body movement, but you definitely have to be able to do it just enough for your opponent not to be able to get to you. That's the key, So you explain, like, if the opponent's coming advancing at you, you just take one step back or two steps back so that you maintain the range. Or you're taking the 2 step back, but you're really coming off an angle. You're tapering it off, sort of like. So it's those little things. You see that your opponent's not really good at. He's not really good at closing the distance, or he's not really good at reading your jab, or whatever it is. You do it again. Whatever works, you do it again. So it's those little simple little things that sound simple, but they're not simple at all. But But like you said, you had more fighters back in the day. But then the fighters back in the day didn't have certain tools that the fighters today have. They didn't necessarily use. I would say this over and over again, but they don't use the peekaboo defense. They didn't use the high guard defense. So the guys who actually were stalkers or brawlers or pressure fighters, they came in with the original shell. They would come in off the shell and use their jab off the shell and be off at an angle, crouch off an angle. Whereas today,
was not as prevalent back then, but it's been a used art since the 1800s, actually. If you look up a fighter by the name of Daniel Mendoza, pretty much every single painting depicting him fighting is him in a high guard with both of his hands up. Right. He was considered one of the originators. He was considered one of the originators of what you know now as the sweet science of technical defensive fighting.
Okay,
because
bare knuckle
boxing
blows.
has gone through certain evolution. People used to this sport sort of has derived from. There's been many different rules of boxing that have been implemented. You have different rules throughout history. The Marquess of Queensberry rules did not come around until the 1860s or
It was
so.
after. It was after John L. Sullivan was lost to.
Well, he fought under the Marquess of Queensberry rules. They were just unifying who the best was by each of those sort of governing rules, right?
Yeah.
So boxing
The
actually
point
used to
system
be
didn't come
competed,
until the point system didn't come until the '60s, I think.
and boxing used to boxing actually used to be fought by actually with weapons. Some people used to have swords and
Yeah.
clubs, and they used
Yep.
to just run up on each other and just fight.
Yeah,
Sometimes
MMA
until somebody was just
battles.
severely hurt. Sometimes
Yep.
it wasn't on points. And there was actually a certain rule system that Mendoza fought under that was where the round didn't end until somebody got knocked down. So a round could
Yeah.
last 3 minutes, 3 seconds, 3 hours, 3 days.
Yep.
Until somebody got dropped, the round didn't end. And in certain
And
cases,
you had different styles. It wasn't necessarily boxing. You could come in with your wushu or whatever. It was kind of like MMA. Anything goes. Two guys face each other and let's get it on. That was it.
yeah. And I can't remember what fight it was, but it lasted, I think, about 30 rounds.
Yeah.
Don't know too much
Keep it
detail about the fight, but I remember the first 3 rounds ended pretty quick, and Mendoza was actually having issues. But yeah, that's research I did somewhat recently that I didn't finish on because I moved on to
You should
something
really
else.
check it out because it comes from there was a moment in time, way back in time when it wasn't brutal and they actually had gloves. I was in Egypt. You
Yes.
know who did a piece on that? That was what's his name? 78 Sports TV actually did a piece on it. It was good. And then but as it moved down, it kind of got more brutal because guys would go to war, whatever. So it was really just warriors fighting each other, literally warriors fighting each other to the death, but it was called a game because it wasn't really war. And then it became again back into just domestic where people were fighting one another. Then it came to the Colosseums and gladiators where they would pair off and fight each other. And then it became what we know of the Greco-Roman kind of thing where guys, it's just two guys, maybe people surrounding them, and they go at it. And anything goes. You used to butt, they could butt each other, you go underground, you use your elbows, anything. Anything went. And it even was to the death sometimes. People died and stuff. It depends on what the stakes
That's
were.
partially how they used to do it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's great. It's great that you're actually doing this research, man, in detail on it. You know, I kind of had the overview. I forgot so much of what I studied. It's not funny, but yeah, it's come a long way. It's now more of a modern day sport. It has become legitimized and more regularized and more sanitized. The boxers are still beasts. They really have a weird way of looking at the world, and don't let them fool you. You know, they say, "Oh, we just nice guys," and no, they're not. But it takes a certain mindset to be a boxer, to be honest with you. But I think that the rules have become more sanitized so that more people, because people have become so politically correct, and you know, all the brain damage comes from football and boxing, that people want to know that it's safe. So they're trying to put things in place to make it seem and sanitize it to make it seem like it's safe. It's just as dangerous as it ever was, but you know, we should try to make it so that the public would accept it more. But if the public keeps on getting fights they want to see, you know, like I know it sounds stupid. I know you would say that's not really a fight, but a Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr., the public would want to see that, you know. If they give us Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence, the public still wants to see that. So, you know, after this COVID is over and you get Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford, people lap it up while it's hot. I think the problem with these fights that came about, and it's sad because that's just the way our boxing worked, but people didn't get the fights when they wanted to see it, when they were anticipating it. They wanted that clash one time. I think that's the you know, why some boxers get bad flack, but I don't get that. because you just never know out here. But yeah, Joe Gans, fantastic. I
I
mean, I can't.
recently just rewatched Rung Visai versus Gonzalez, the first fight.
Yeah, I thought Wrong B side won, but I guess different people
I
had a
gave the
different opinion.
fight 114, 112 for Roman Gonzalez. I thought Rung
Roman
Visai was a
Gonzalez,
bit.
okay.
I thought Rung Visai was a bit more active, but I thought Gonzalez landed much cleaner shots, and I thought his
Okay.
counters were
You
much
know.
better. I felt like Rung Visai was loading up a bit too much with his left hand,
Okay.
and I just thought he wasn't really landing anything clean. And all the cuts
Why
on
do you think
Gonzalez's
that
face
though?
came from headbutts. Hence, he got a point deducted from him in Rung Visai's
Okay,
behalf.
here's my thing. My thing is this: in the rematch, Wrong B side stopped Roman Gonzalez. He stopped it.
Yes,
Why do you think he was able to stop him the second fight? Do you think that was a carry on from the first fight? Because to
because
me, this is why I said I thought Wrong B side won the first fight. I thought
he,
that he was able to neutralize Roman Gonzalez and still land things on him because he could take some of Roman Gonzalez punches and he was punching with him. I thought that he was able to control the fight. It was more a Wrong B side fight than it was a Roman Gonzalez fight, in my opinion.
well, why did he stop him in the second fight? Because he hurt him all throughout. Gonzalez was on wobbly legs, and Rung Visai was able to sustain the attack, and he was able to keep Gonzalez in check and then eventually knock him out.
So you
And
think that
also,
if Roman Gonzalez rematched Wrong B side this time, you pick Roman Gonzalez to beat Wrong B side?
I don't know. I'd have to see how Rung Visai.
Ah,
Well, first of all, I
mhm.
think Rung Visai is a bit of a bad style matchup for Gonzalez. Gonzalez isn't in his prime. And I mean, also Rung
What does
Visai,
that
even though
mean
he
though?
lost to Estrada, though, he went full retard in that fight. He had a horrible game plan. If I mean, from the jump, he was trying to counter a great counter puncher from the outside instead of getting
And that's
inside of
but
him.
that's what he does though. He's a counterpuncher. Wrong B side is a counterpuncher. So he could
Yes,
only do that's all he could do. What he could do, and you got to give you got to give Francisco Estrada his credit. The guy can box. He understand. He's smart enough to understand. I'm a boxing from a distance. Take away his range. Why would I trade with him on the inside? I mean, so that's why I talk about smarts in it. It's not a Wrong B side fought a bad fight. It's that he was limited. He couldn't fight on the outside, and so Estrada took advantage of that. And I thought that's why Estrada. I think Francisco Estrada is that kind of fighter. He can fight inside, he can fight outside, he can fight mid range. He's that kind of fighter. He gets caught with shots, but he's that
I
kind of
think
fighter.
Gonzalez has a good chance to beat Estrada though this time.
We'll
Look,
see.
because look, I think Estrada is closer to his prime, but he has not fought since Dwayne Beeman. Didn't look amazing in that fight. Um, and look, people are going to bring up the argument of Roman Gonzalez blowing up, but he's not a naturally very vascular dude. He's a guy who even at like 123, he's still going to be he's still going to look somewhat fat and chubby. He's 5'3", 5'2", very short guy.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
Estrada, I don't know. I feel like Gonzalez sort of has Estrada's number because I actually had Gonzalez edging out the first fight. I think
Okay.
Gonzalez is more fresh. Estrada does tend to get hit up quite a bit. He does like to
He
exchange a
didn't tend
lot,
to get hit something. Yeah.
and he
Oh,
brings his
I just
shots
think
from the
that
torso. So
I
I
think
think
I think Estrada is the smarter fighter though. Because I've seen Estrada up against guys who are definitely physically stronger than him, crack harder than him. And you're not going to stop him because he's going to fight smart. He still gets hit, but he don't get hit flush with the big shots because he fights smart. And I just think he's the smarter fighter between the two. Chocolatito is a limited fighter. He don't fight on the outside. His thing is inside mid-range. And Estrada, he
well,
got the edge on him. If he can box him on the outside some, engage him when he really needs to on the inside. I think Estrada got that
well,
fight.
actually, if Estrada is fighting on the back foot and keeping him on the outside and trying to keep him on the outside, I think that works in Gonzalez's favor because Gonzalez's best weapon, in my opinion, is cutting off the ring. I mean,
And coming forward, yeah.
yeah, he's able to cut the ring off very effectively. He has a great bob and weave game. He has a very underrated defense. His defense south of 115 was honestly one of the best in the sport. I mean, look at how he just completely handled Akira Yagashi. He wasn't getting hit clean. He beat the hell out of him for 8 rounds. Yeah, I mean, he was beating up pretty much everybody he fought. I think if he tries to fight on the back foot, it's going to play in Gonzalez's favor. And second off, Estrada has his fair share of dumb decisions too. I mean, late in
I'm not saying
the
no,
fight
but
against Rungvisai, he made a really dumb decision to try to stand back and trade with him and just go balls to the wall with Rungvisai, and he
he's
almost
a
got
kind of
knocked
Eric
out in the 11th.
Morales. Yeah, he's a kind of Eric Morales fighter where he like to just, Eric Morales went southpaw on Pacquiao and said, "Bring it!" and just taking punches from Pacquiao. Like retarded, but whatever. Mexican fighter, I guess. But for the most part, he fights smart. And the thing about Estrada is he got all this experience now behind him. So, and you say that Gonzalez had the best defense out there, but he got stopped though. How you can say you had the best defense?
I said south of 115.
Oh yeah, 115. Okay.
I mean, Pernell Whitaker got stopped as well. Okay, that fight was.
He didn't get stopped.
He broke like his
collarbone got broken. That's different. He didn't really get stopped.
Great defensive.
He was beating the guy.
Do get stopped though. I mean,
he fought a dumb fight against Felix Trinidad. I will say that, and got dropped. But for the most part, Whitaker was a defensive fighter.
I mean, south of 115 though.
Oh yeah,
really at 115 though, Gonzalez is a lot more pudgy and stiff. Yeah. He's not as fluid or fast as he is at lower weights. I don't think his defense is quite as good there. I feel like that weight sort of suits Estrada much better.
Mm-hmm. Superfly is Estrada's domain, I think. I think Estrada's going to become the dude there. I think so. Boxing Monster says both of them guys suck. Move on to other real fighters. Some guys just don't like the lower weight classes, I guess. But we gotta talk about them little guys.
You know what?
Guys,
no, I will say there is a strawweight fighter that has a great argument for worst fighter and worst champion in boxing. His name is Pedro Tartaran. Very bad fighter. Does not deserve to be a champion. He's 14-2. He won a championship off of I think it was Hiroto Kawaguchi. I don't even remember who it was, who vacated a title and he picked it up.
Okay.
He drew in his last fight against Daniel Valladares, who was a top 10 sort of fighter.
You know what I wanted to ask you? I know we digress, but Mayweather versus this Japanese fighter.
Takashi Uchiyama.
Uchiyama, yeah. What do you think of that? Uchiyama, what do you think of
somebody else? He's supposedly going to fight a karate prospect instead. That fight, Floyd should win. Takashi Uchiyama is a career 130-pounder. Short, shot, got knocked out in his last fight against Corrales. He's done.
He got knocked out in his last fight? Uchiyama?
Yes. Uchiyama lost his last couple fights and retired. He lost those against Jezreel Corrales.
Yeah, Corrales, the same guy that you was talking about. He got knocked out in the first one. They rematched, and Corrales won. But I think that was his last 2 fights of his career. But he got knocked out in the first one. I saw it. I saw the fights. I think he's technically pretty good. Got powerful right hand and so on. He had some other exhibition fights, I think, with Ryzen. So if Floyd's facing that guy, that's a step up from Ten Shin. That's what
I think so, but Rungvisai's next opponent, I'm Not Renrong, got knocked out by Tenshin Nasukawa in kickboxing.
I heard so. But that's kickboxing. That's not boxing. So
yeah, but Renrong.
Hopefully he recovered properly from it though. Otherwise, he could get knocked out again.
He's going to get knocked out by Rungvisai, 100%. So? I guarantee you, within 6 rounds, he'll get knocked out, probably cold. John Real Casimiro knocked out. I'm Not Renrong. I'm Not Renrong is way past it. He's 40 years old. He's not the same fighter at all. Guaranteed.
I'm gonna root for the old guy. I'm gonna root for Ahmed Wrong. All the 40-year-olds out there might last long, but hey.
Rungvisai is 34. He's approaching that age someday. Yeah,
I think that I think that these lower weight classes need to get some more shine, of course. Women's boxing as well. Um, but going back to what we were saying, so people, this was a little discussion. Again, Corey McKeegan Bin or McKeeg Bin, Corey McKeeg says Joe Frey, which is from Joe Frey was from Brazil. Joe Frey and fighting Harada above Floyd. Those are fighting Harada. Okay. I think it was Efer Joffrey, great Brazilian fighter. UB Boxing and True Crime says would rank Roy over Floyd too. I don't rank Roy over Floyd too because of longevity. There's many different factors. I mean, Roy actually faced 23 world champions, beaten I think it was 19 of them. So Roy's up there. You know, he's up there. Faced a number of Hall of Famers. Floyd also faced a number of Hall of Famers. Boxing Master says they need combine all divisions below 130 with women's boxing. As I said before, I encourage you guys to say your pieces on these things, but I do have comebacks for them, you know, for all of them, because again, it has to do, boxing has to do with many different factors, you know. But if people don't understand what I'm saying first, you got to understand what I'm saying, because I'm very specific about certain things. I see people, you know, mixing up the best ever with the greatest, and some people are again going back with the greatest stuff. And even when you talk about fighters and their achievements, which you got to talk about, yeah, okay, some of these fighters achieve certain things, but then we got to keep it in perspective. Floyd achieved certain things that they didn't achieve, and this is all I was saying, right? And when I start pitching the arguments, you guys got to realize, okay, I see what you're saying now. You know, I acknowledge certain things, like when who was it? I think it was Fight Doctor was talking about how Roy beat his best wins with some greater than some of Mayweather's best wins in terms of opponents. That might be so, but did you maintain it for your entire career? See, you got to look at longevity. You got to look at and the quality of opposition you were facing your entire career. Roy had hell of quality opposition his entire career. But then he started to lose fights. And then once people figured out what was his kryptonite, right? And he knew how to work around that, Roy was in trouble with all of the other guys, from Danny Green, you know, to the most recent guy, top tier guy at cruiserweight. So I'm not saying that, you know, prime for prime, Roy doesn't shine brighter than Floyd in his prime, but you can't just look at the prime. You got to look at everything post prime. And when you look at post prime, like I said before, and I will say it again, there is no fighter in boxing ever post prime that was at the peak of boxing till they retired, right? And you bring up Rocky Marciano, you can't really say that. I would say if you want to really argue with it, I'll give you the mongoose, Archie Moore. And the mongoose wasn't even a full-fledged heavyweight. It wasn't. He won no heavyweight titles. He was a top contender. We won't feel it. It say more about the mongoose, who at the time was 38 years old. He was a couple months from being 39, right? But of course, that don't mean nothing because he dominated till he was 45. So it doesn't really mean nothing, right? But at the end of the day, you're talking about a guy that goes his peak weight. In the latter part of his life, he's already fully developed, goes to his peak weight and competes at that weight. It says more about the mongoose than it does say about Rocky Marciano. Hell of a fighter, though, Rocky Marciano. But he was in his prime for most of his championship career. You can't, come on, man. Like, I understand all you saying about wear and tear and guys, but if you look at Joe Louis back in the day, Joe Louis was world champion all when he was 35, 36. When did Rocky face him? When he was 30, 38. He was still top contender. Joe Louis was still in his, not in his prime, but he was past his prime some. But while he was champion, he was in his prime. Oh, 33. So when you tell me those guys back in the day at the age of 33, Sonny Liston was closer to 40 when he became world champion. Archie Moore was closer to 40. You know what I'm saying? We had guys that used to take punishment too. Guys used to take punishment, right? And it was heavyweight champion for a very long period. So you can't really say that. You know, that's an excuse for Rocky Marciano, in my opinion. You know, the guys who make that, that's an excuse. And we gotta tell the truth. Now, did Mayweather have bigger wins than a James Toney win? No, he didn't. How about Ricardo Lopez? Retired 50. No, he retired 51, 0, and 1. Yes. Again, you guys are talking about just the record. Ricardo Lopez faced the best of his division in 2 weight classes. So he could have been undisputed if he had faced the guys at minimum weight, right? But he went up to light flyweight, right? He went up to light flyweight and finished it off. There were 4 guys he needed to face. He faced them. But that's about it. He got like 4 guys on his resume. You know, 4 former world champions. I think that's 5 or 6 former world champions. Champions or former world champions that he beat. All right? That's good. But it ain't Mayweather stuff. Remember, it's who you fight, who you beat. So even though Roy faced the great James Toney and washed his ass, it was, you know, unanimous decision washed. You know, James Toney was pretty competitive, and Roy said that was the toughest fight. Beat the great Bernard Hopkins, who turned out to be great. He's an all-time great, okay? Smart fighter. Rematch Bernard Hopkins, however, and what happened? Bernard Hopkins beat him, right? He beat him because Roy had lost those reflexes. Roy was fun to watch. Flashy, flamboyant, stylish. But once that special twitch muscles stuff declined, and it's not that Roy can't box. He can box. But he was more of an outboxer than an in-fighter. And now when I see Roy with his last couple of fights, I see he's working his in-fighting game because you need it. All right? So when Fight Doctor said that Roy was phenomenal, I'm not disagreeing with him. But where I think Fight Doctor is going off the deep end and exaggerating it is saying Floyd was nothing in the class of Roy. And so that's why I brought up Zab Judah. That's a mental challenge. The guy is better than you in almost every area, got the same knowledge as you. How do you beat that guy? Roy never had to face that challenge. Ali never had to face that challenge. Whitaker never had to face that challenge. And when you talk about that, it shows you the caliber of fighter Mayweather was. And that's why I try to explain to people, yeah, okay, Roy was gifted. He was skilled and so on. What happens when his speed slowed down and that gifting was gone? Now you got to resort to something else because other guys may be quicker than you or get shots in faster than you. And that's where we saw the difference, right? I showed him with Sugar Ray Robinson, the Randy Turpin fights, you know, the Jake LaMotta fight, the Joey Maxson fight. He made a great point about how much weight Sugar Ray Robinson, weight is a big issue. Weight is a big issue. Because when you're dealing with a guy that fights at a particular mass with certain guys or a particular mass, and you're not used to handling that way, and you just jump all the way up there and think you can just dominate, it could be a problem. And so he should have been as cautious as Roy was with John Ruiz. See? Because Roy went all the way up to heavyweight. Now, Roy has, I think, 4 divisional championships, but he was trying to get cruiserweight. That would have been his 5th. Right? And these are wider weight classes than what Floyd went through. Floyd went through 5 weight classes as well. All right? Always fighting guys bigger than him. He fought one guy that was supposed to be smaller than him, was Manny Pacquiao, came in bigger than him anyway. All right? Floyd fought guys that were faster than him. Pacquiao was faster than Floyd. In terms of once Pacquiao gets going with his combinations, he's much quicker than Floyd in throwing combinations. He's much quicker than Floyd. When he gets his footwork going, he's faster than Floyd. But he got to get the momentum to get his footwork going. And Floyd had that quick reflex time, you know. Manny Pacquiao's like the Aaron Pryor of boxing today. Southpaw Aaron Pryor of boxing today. Take a punch, keep going, and he don't have everything that Aaron Pryor has. He don't have the bob and weave, you know, slip and slide. He got the slip and slide. He had the dip, you know, and he has the feint. You know, he bait you and then counter. You know, that's where he at. And so Boxing Month, so shout out to you. Ricardo Lopez, hell of a fighter. By the way, shout out to Ricardo Lopez, who's still alive today. If you're watching it or somebody shows you this video, shout out to you, brother. You also made history. One of the first small fighters to be on the pound for pound list. I think he got as high as top 3 pound for pound in the world. Hell of a fighter. Now we're talking about he stopped fools. Ricardo used to stop fools. Okay. So shout out to Boxing Monster on that. A lot of great fighters. You know, I could think right now of Emil Griffith. He don't get the credit. A lot of people don't know who Emil Griffith is. You know, of course we know about Carlos Monzon, Ricardo Valdez. Some of y'all don't know who the hell I'm talking about right now. Great Colombian fighter. You know, we have a lot of great fighters in the history of boxing, and even in the recent history of boxing. But to tell me that Floyd don't even stand a chance to be in the equation with Roy is just sacrilege, you know. Or to tell me that Floyd doesn't stand in the equation with Pernell Whitaker, sacrilege. You know what I'm saying? And Pernell fought tough fights back to back as well. You know, came into the game tough fights. Oscar De La Hoya came into the game with tough fights. They matched him tough from game one. Oscar De La Hoya, 6th division world champion. You know what I'm saying? These are not slouches, people. Okay, so Oscar didn't win all his big fights, but he sure was matched tough. You know what I'm saying? Boxing Monster. When Floyd slowed down and got past his prime, he resorted to fighting slow-footed Mexicans and black fighters who were washed, supreme cherry picking. That's Boxing Monster on that one. I disagree. You know, I disagree. 100%. I mean, slow-footed fighters like who? I mean, what was out there? You call Manny Pacquiao a slow-footed fighter? I mean, you call Manny Pacquiao a washed-up fighter? Is he a washed-up? What is he doing being world champion right now? I mean, that alone. I mean, that alone debunks your statement. But I know you just clowning. Boxing Monster just be clowning straight through. But it's good argument. I know where Boxing Monster stands on Floyd Mayweather. He don't think he's the greatest. I don't think he thinks he's the best ever. But he knows this is just a talk that people put out there, you know. And it's great because it gives us the opportunity to showcase certain flat-footed Mexicans like Julio Cesar Chavez, baby. They say he was flat-footed. He was flat-footed. But he used to get the job done. Because guess what? A guy could be better than you in every single area. But if you can use the tools that you have to be effective, Julio Cesar Chavez got rid of Mildred Taylor. He got rid of Mildred Taylor. Fast feet, fast hands, big, strong, you know, Philly fighter, tough. Got rid of him, got the W. Came back, did the rematch, and stopped his ass sooner. So I'm just saying, this is the key in boxing. This, how you use this. It's not just mental toughness, it's mental smarts. You see, it's how smart you are in there, in that ring. And there is a fighter coming up, Stephen Fulton. I want you guys to look at that fighter because he is a smart fighter. And he's under the radar. A lot of people, you know, saying that Angelo Leo's going to beat him. Okay. I mean, True Sports TV thinks that that's what's going to happen in the matchup, that, you know, he's going to be tested. He's underestimating Angelo Leo. I just think that young guy, I'm going to just keep on watching him and see what happens. You know, I'm just going to keep on watching him. And if he stays dedicated to the sport and he keeps on learning, you know, he's a smart fighter, you know, and you could see smart, and they got a lot of smart fighters today. I mean, a lot of guys are fighting smarter and are making smarter decisions in boxing. But, you know, everybody always talk about Mayweather cherry picking. Like that's a zero argument, okay? It's a zero argument. Like, I'll notice people come back to arguments like, oh, he didn't look as spectacular as other fighters. He didn't give us the spectacular fights. In fact, one guy trying to down Mayweather, again, very emotional people, but it's all good. And trying to down him, they were saying how, you know, Miguel Cotto, Fight Doctor. I can't believe Fight Doctor said that. Miguel Cotto is nobody. You know, he was faded when he did. I was like, no, man, come on, keep it balanced. Keep it balanced. Don't do that. You know, Roy Jones Jr. was a bad boy. Was a bad boy. And because of how his career ended, a lot of people don't give him the credit he deserves. And Pernell Whitaker was a bad boy. When Floyd put Pernell Whitaker as number 2, I said, see, he knows. And it's so sad that Whitaker died because Pernell was the real deal. Roy was special. Pernell was the real deal. Pernell brought fundamentals. He brought a style that was just unbeatable. He got beat by Felix Trinidad, okay, but really and truly, he did not. In his defense, he decided he wanted to stop Felix Trinidad, so he just came straight at Felix Trinidad. Okay, he got dropped. He still kept going straight to him and was attacking his body. All right. To Pernell's credit, he had nothing to do with drugs. He just fought a different fight, in my opinion. That's what the commentators was realizing. It was like, he's fighting a different fight. What is he doing? He's just coming straight to the guy. And he did that one time also with a guy from Spain, I think it was. He was just, and he got the guy out of there eventually. But I mean, he was fighting, he was losing rounds like crazy, and he was just determined to stop the dude. And he just went straight to him. He was just going straight to the dude and fighting him, walking his ass down. And but if Pernell fought the fight that Pernell fights, I don't think nobody would have beaten Pernell. Pernell was a guy that was unbeatable. I mean, Floyd would have caught his ass trying to get at Pernell. You know, Pernell got a style that's just unique. It's hard to hit Pernell. You know what I'm saying? I could see Floyd getting to the inside of Roy and probably working Roy's body or something. But Pernell, he had no weaknesses. Pernell had no weaknesses, you know. Boxing Monsters has his top 3 as Ali, Roy Jones Jr., and Floyd. These are the top 3 I've seen. Okay, I hear you on that. Yeah, I mean, I can respect that. I could absolutely respect that. Muhammad Ali did great things in boxing. I don't think he's a better boxer than Roy or Floyd. But I do believe that he is the greatest boxer to ever bring it on. See, when time passes, and I keep on saying this over and over, you guys sometimes go with the exceptions, but as time passes, having all that knowledge about the past boxers and seeing them fight and stuff, the guys who come out next add to the story, you know. So they should be better than those guys. If they're not better than those guys, then I don't understand why are they even in the position they are in, you know. And not everybody can do what these guys are doing. So Roy brought something nobody ever seen before. Mayweather's brought things that nobody's ever seen before. And the other, fight doctor was trying to dispute me on that. I brought a couple major points. One of them was, you never seen somebody, I don't know, with a winning record having such an extensive, this was another point that I made, extensive championship run like that. Nobody's ever seen that. Extensive championship run. We're talking championship fight after championship. Even if you say 26, 25 championship fights with the WBC and WBA guys, that's 25 championship fights. Winning, just straight winning for 50 fights. That's never been seen before, And so there are many different things that Floyd has done that's never been seen before. But for some reason, people just, I don't know what it is, but it provokes a nerve in people, and they're like, no. I don't know why they do that. Like, I don't understand and they're very emotional with it. Like, if I say something that triggers them, and they're like, no, they didn't even hear what I said, and they just want to go at it, and I'm like, no, man, come on, let's just hear me out on it, okay? There's a lot of things that Roy did that Floyd didn't do, right? We just talking, right? So, I mean, Roy Jones Jr., I forgot who the guy was. He was light heavyweight champion. I think went up to welterweight, became welterweight champion. It was way back in the day, I was talking about plus minus ratio and who Floyd faced, and then guys talking like if Floyd didn't face nobody in this era. It was just fucking crazy. I was like, what are you talking about? He maintained a plus minus ratio, which, once again, not many fighters in the sport of boxing could have done. Okay. In fact, nobody in the sport of boxing did it. All right. And if you want to talk about level of competition, Floyd's level of competition could be compared with any era. All right, he has hella boxes. Right, I don't even want to go into it because why should I mention Manny Pacquiao? Like, why should I mention him? Like right now he's still fighting. Okay, he's 41 years of age. This is the man that came up from flyweight. He got championships in three of the 8 original divisions: welterweight, lightweight, and flyweight. He would have had a championship at at featherweight. He would have had it at featherweight, but Marco Antonio Barrera decided he wanted to get stripped of the WCB belt. So politics kept him from having the other title. You understand what I'm saying? Politics. It wasn't because of he fought and he did what he was supposed to do. He beat the lineal featherweight champion. He did what he was supposed to do. Okay. So I mean, he would have had 4 of the original 8 belts. I mean, I don't need to talk about this. Y'all know I don't need to talk about this. Why do I need to talk about it? Okay. They talking about Diego Corrales. Forget Diego Corrales. Forget Diego Corrales. Forget Jose Luis Castillo. Forget Turagatti. Kick them to the side. Let's talk about his welterweight fights. Just welterweight. You know what? Kick Zab Judah to the side. You know what? Kick Oscar to the side. Kick Ricky Hatton to the side. Let's just talk from Marquez onwards. Oh, you know what? Marquez is a lightweight. Kick Marquez to the side. And let's just keep it rolling. And we still got Mosley, who is the #1 welterweight in the world. We got Cotto. We got Canelo. Look at these names. Look at these names. And we got Pacquiao. Every one of those names is a Hall of Famer and an all-time great. And that's 4 of them. And I eliminated guys. I just said forget them other Hall of Famers. Forget all those other ATGs. Forget them. You know, when his career is said and done, he's going to have 12 Hall of Famers. Will they be as great Hall of Famers as some of the guys from the past? Probably not. But he got 12 in 50 fights. We're talking about guys that had 14 and 17 in 200 and something fights. 200 and something fights. Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. had 27 consecutive title defenses. Most title fights at 37 and tied at 21 with Joe Louis for the most KO title wins. Not consecutive title defenses, I don't think. No. You can check that out again. He had I think I have to go and check, but I think he had 27 championship wins out of 31 fights, something like that. But not consecutive and not defenses. You can check it out for yourself. He was a good fighter, man. He was a good fighter. Julio Cesar Chavez, I think he may have had the most title fights at 37. It's possible, but what I do know is he faced. He beat like I think it was 15 or 14 world champions. And I think it was 19 out of 19 world champions. I think it was something like that. It's remarkable. I mean, it's who you face, who you beat. So even with his 100 and something fights, the important thing was he faced certain guys. I think he has 4 Hall of Famers that he beat. You know what I mean? And again, I give him mad props. I give Julio Cesar Chavez mad props. You know, again, hell of a fighter. He's supposed to have a 3rd fight with Jorge Arce. I saw him in the exhibition doing this thing. You know what I'm saying? Hell of a fighter. Julio Cesar Chavez. You know, Roberto Duran, hell of a fighter. Fought till he was 50 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I think he was a contender at the age of 47 or something against William Jaffe. I think it was 40-something years old, 40-something years old when he faced William Jaffe. So I mean, it's just ridiculous. You got Chavez as #4 on your list. All right, cool. I mean, I'm never going to put Chavez ahead of Pernell Whitaker, though. You know, even though Pernell Whitaker had less fights. I think Pernell Whitaker had 40, 40-something fights. I think 40 fights. I think it was. He didn't have a lot of fights, but the quality of opposition that Colonel Whitaker went through in his career is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. But that's just my personal opinion on Whitaker. I think he's up there. Chavez and Duran are up there. I thought Leonard should be ahead of Duran, but that's my personal opinion. Because I thought that Duran, when it came push come to shove, he didn't really beat any other all-time greats or Hall of Famers than Sugar Ray Leonard, which is the best win to have. You know what I'm saying? And he had a remarkably long career, and he superseded himself by the age of 37, beating Iron Barkley. 35, I think he beat the Fight Doctor, man. Coming back on. Man, we've been on for like forever though. Go ahead, shoot, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, my bad. I'm on the clock, so when duty calls, I must answer. But to rewind the conversation.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead. Hello? Anybody there? Anybody can hear me?
Yeah, you were going in and out.
Oh man. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was asking, do you hear a bunch of echo from my connection?
Echo right now. No echo right now.
Okay, good.
Great
All right, so I'm not sure where you guys took the conversation in terms of Floyd's career post-prime, but his best win post-prime is Canelo Alvarez, and in my opinion. And while that being a good win, some people might argue that Canelo Alvarez is a great fighter. I would argue he's a good fighter, but I don't know that he's distinguished himself as a great fighter yet. Potentially, yes, but before I think he still has some work to do before he can distinguish himself as a great, especially a great middleweight, because 160 historically is very, very deep.
Yeah,
now,
for sure.
Now, having said that, I would argue that Floyd's post-prime resume is weak compared to other great fighters. George Foreman, post-prime.
Oh boy. Oh, we're coming in and out. Coming in and out, people. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. You're going in and out.
He has
now.
the win over.
You're in and out. Oh, I think. Peace out, Boxing Monster. Can you hear me? Anybody can hear me? Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me?
No, going in and out. I don't even know if my signal's coming. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you now. You were going in and out, in and out.
Okay. All right. So what was the last thing you heard from me?
Something about George Foreman facing competition.
Right.
Post-prime.
Right. So George Foreman has the win over what's his name? The guy who beat Evander Holyfield. What's his name?
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore. Right. So George Foreman has the win over Michael Moore to win the legitimate heavyweight title. So
yes, sir.
I think in terms of post-prime performances, given that George Foreman is arguably 20 years out of his prime, his victory over Michael Moore trumps anything that Mayweather has managed to do post-prime. Quite easily, in my opinion. Okay, well, let's
I disagree because Mayweather beat Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Michael Moore don't have a resume like Manny Pacquiao. He just don't.
Manny Pacquiao had already been knocked out by.
Doesn't matter. He don't have a resume like Manny Pacquiao. In no way, shape, or form. He can't even. Michael Moore can't even touch Manny Pacquiao's resume. And currently, Manny Pacquiao is top 3 welterweight in the world.
context is important. Okay. Now we're talking about a Manny Pacquiao, who had already been knocked out by what's his name, Marquez. He'd already been knocked out by Juan Manuel Marquez. Hadn't really done anything since being beat by Marquez. All right?
You're kidding me.
Well,
You're kidding me.
What has Pacquiao done since the Marquez loss? I mean, seriously. I mean, he has the win over Tim Bradley, which is a good win. I agree. All right. But beside that, he really hadn't done anything since. To be completely honest.
You're kidding me, right? I'm just asking you.
Above and beyond that.
You talking about a 35-year-old taking on 20-year-olds consistently. We're talking about Thurman, Broner.
What we're talking about is what we're
Jesse
talking about.
Vargas. You serious?
What we're talking about is the quality of opposition and the quality of a particular win, given the context, given when that win actually happened. Now, beating an undefeated Michael Moore, who had just beaten, mind you, Michael Moore had just beaten Evander Holyfield, who is a legitimate great fighter. Michael Moore is undefeated.
Pacquiao beat Marquez number of times. What are you saying? That's nothing big?
Excuse me.
Beat Eric Morales. Beat Marco Antonio Barrera.
Context.
Beat Miguel Cotto. Beat Oscar De La Hoya. Beat Shane Mosley. What are you really saying?
Context. What I'm saying is context. You're acting as if the context is that Manny Pacquiao was far removed from those wins. He was far removed from his prime.
What? You kidding me?
He was far removed from his prime.
He broke Antonio Margarito's eye socket in 2011. What are you talking about?
But when did Floyd fight him?
He faced him in 2015 after Manny Pacquiao beat Timothy Bradley and knocked down Chris Algieri 6 times.
He faced him in 2015 after he'd been knocked out by Marquez. All right?
Which means what?
Which means that Pacquiao
George Foreman got knocked out by Muhammad Ali.
Hold on a second. Wait, hold on.
What are you talking about? He's a great fighter.
No, wait. Here are the facts. Now, here are the facts. Pacquiao was well removed from his prime when Floyd beat him.
So was George Foreman. So what's your point?
Excuse me.
Pacquiao's right now welterweight champion of the world. He's well removed from his prime. Pardon me. Excuse
me. George Foreman beat Michael Moore in his prime, coming off of a victory over an all-time great in Evander Holyfield.
So
Michael Moore was at his absolute best when George Foreman beat him.
Which means what?
Which means that George Foreman, in beating Michael Moore, has beaten better opposition in his post-prime.
Manny Pacquiao beat Timothy Bradley coming off a beating of Juan Manuel Marquez. Timothy Bradley was at the peak of his prime. What is your point?
My point is Timothy Bradley is not better than Evander Holyfield. Beating Timothy Bradley does not trump beating Evander Holyfield. It doesn't.
No, you're not getting the point. Juan Manuel Marquez is up there with Evander Holyfield and those guys. Timothy Bradley beat Juan Manuel Marquez. That he's coming off the best win of his career. Pacquiao beat him. So what's the point?
But how long ago was it when Pacquiao beat Marquez? Some years. Pacquiao was years removed from beating Marquez.
Bradley came off of beating Marquez. Remember, we're comparing Foreman to Pacquiao.
We're comparing
Pacquiao to Michael Moore.
I'm comparing George Foreman, his post-prime best victory, to Mayweather's post-prime best victory, which isn't even Pacquiao. It's not Pacquiao. It's
why not?
Alvarez. But we'll assume for a second. But we will assume for a second that it's Pacquiao, right? Pacquiao had previously been knocked out. All right, was coming off a knockout loss to Juan Manuel Marquez.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Well, so what you're saying is that Pacquiao got knocked out to Marquez after he fought Mayweather. Is that what you're saying?
No, neither.
So he got knocked out prior to getting beat by Mayweather. So he was coming off a loss. It wasn't immediately before
Mayweather.
He
wasn't coming off a loss. He was coming off a win. He beat Chris Algieri.
It wasn't immediately
Bradley
before.
And Brandon Rios.
It wasn't immediately before.
You can't ignore that.
The Mayweather fight.
And he has never been knocked out since.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. Pacquiao in beating Rios and
And
in
he's
beating Timothy
dominating the
Bradley.
sport right now.
Excuse me. Wait. The simple fact of the matter is this: Pacquiao has done nothing since the Marquez loss. All right,
Come on, man. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
certainly,
Stop that. Stop
Pacquiao
that.
does not have a win on his record as
You
good as
can't say
Michael
there's
Moore.
nothing when he is the welterweight champion of the world dealing
No,
with
well,
these strong,
wait,
hungry lions. You can't
In
say
order,
that. You just can't. Don't do that.
wait, hold on. In order
That's
to
where
be the
we
welterweight,
gotta
wait, hold on,
dial
wait.
it down.
In order to
You saying
be
something
the
about George
welterweight
Foreman? I'm
champion,
listening to your
wait, hold on, wait. In order to be the welterweight champion, you first have to beat the welterweight champion. When did
Which he
Pacquiao
did.
beat the welterweight champion? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
What is Keith
When did he
Thurman?
beat-
So Keith Thurman's not the welterweight champion of the world?
when did Keith Thurman beat the welterweight champion?
What are you talking about?
Who did Keith Thurman beat in order to become the welterweight champion of the world?
He beat.
Now let's talk about the lineage of the welterweight title, okay? Let's talk about
Oh,
the
you want
lineage
to
of
talk
the
about
welterweight title.
undisputed? You mean the undisputed welterweight champion?
No. I
Or
mean
the guy
the welterweight
understood to be
champion.
the man in the welterweight division. This is what you
There
mean?
can only be one champion at a time, and in order to be the man,
Not
you
in
have
this
to
day and
beat
age.
the man. All right. Now, those are the facts. Now, who did Keith Thurman beat in order to become the welterweight champion of the world? Simple question. Who did he beat?
Right. So I think he faced Robert Guerrero. That's how he became WBC super champion.
That's not. No.
And then after that,
wait. Hold on.
Danny Garcia, and then he faced.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop. Wait. My question was, who did Keith
Robert
Thurman
Guerrero.
beat? Who did Robert Guerrero beat in order to become the welterweight champion of the world?
They fought for it. It was 1 and 2 in the
Was he?
WBC.
Really?
In the WBA.
Oh, in the WBC or WBA. Well, when does the WBC and WBA determine who is or who is not a champion? When did that happen?
Since 1921. And then I guess it went back to 1962. They had their belt offer.
So there was no boxing before 1921. Is that what you're saying? Let me ask this question.
Of course
Where
not.
was the WBA?
What does this have to do with anything? Because what you're trying to do is get hypothetical on me. He is the WBA. The reality is he is the WBA super champion right now. Unless you don't want to admit that the WBA offers a championship.
If the question is who's the champion of the WBA at 147, then the answer is Manny Pacquiao. But that wasn't the question I was asking. That's not the question I was asking. The question I'm asking is, who did Keith Thurman beat in order to become the welterweight champion of the world?
Guerrero.
Who did Robert Guerrero beat?
He didn't have to. They were fighting for it, the title.
Fighting for what title?
The WBA Super Championship.
But that's not the welterweight championship. That's not the welterweight title.
Yeah,
that wasn't my question.
A welterweight title championship.
Okay,
that's why Manny Pacquiao is one of the top three welterweights in the division. They call alphabet titles.
That's not the question I'm asking. That's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is.
But then I can't help you because the question you're asking is a question that makes no sense to me. What I mean by that is. How do you figure?
The
fact is, what the status of Manny Pacquiao is, he's one of the top three welterweights in the welterweight division right now.
But that's the not point. The question. But that's not the point.
He didn't beat nobody. He didn't face nobody. That's not true. If you're talking about undisputed champion, I do believe Michael Moore was not that either.
Excuse me. Pardon me. All right.
If I'm not mistaken, George Foreman got one of the.
Once again, you're moving the goalposts.
I think it was either the IBF title.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Stop. You're moving.
It wasn't undisputed.
Wait, you're moving the goalposts. I didn't say anything about any undisputed title.
So what are you telling me about welterweight champion for? It doesn't make any sense to me.
So what I'm telling you is simple. There can only be one champion at a time. Okay, and in order to be the man,
Lennox Lewis was the champion at that time. If I'm not mistaken.
Wait. Hold on a second. No, he was not. No, he wasn't. No.
But there was another champion out there, though.
No.
Yes, there was. Listen. Hold on.
How many planet Earths do we have? How many?
Hold on.
Can we agree that there's only one planet Earth? Can we agree? Does that make sense? There's only one planet Earth, right? Yes?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Can we agree that there's only one world on planet Earth?
I don't know about that. I can't really definitively say if there's one world or not, but I can say this: there's one planet Earth.
All right.
I don't know if
So
there's life
on,
forms other
so
places and other worlds,
on
other
planet
places. That's
Earth,
what I mean. I'm not
on
trying to be
planet
technical
Earth.
or anything.
Okay. All right. All right. So then, fine. We'll deal with planet Earth. We agree that
Yep.
there's only one planet Earth, right? Now, on planet Earth, if there's only one planet Earth, how many welterweight champions can you have of planet Earth at one time?
Currently 4.
Okay.
What George Foreman won was the WBA World Heavyweight title and the IBF World Heavyweight title. The WBO Heavyweight title, apparently Tommy Morrison won that.
All right. Now let me ask this question. Do you know who Jack Johnson
is? And the WBC, just now, I'll tell you who was the WBC champion.
All right. Do you know who Jack Johnson is?
Sorry?
Do you know who Jack Johnson is?
What does this have to do with anything? Like, we're going all over the place, dude.
Do you know who Jack Johnson is?
You just asked me if Manny Pacquiao faced the champion. That's what you asked me, the welterweight champion, right?
Well, he didn't.
Now we're talking about George Foreman. Just hold up. We're talking about George Foreman facing in his post prime. I was not going to dispute you actually on that. I think that George Foreman's post prime is exceptional. He was old to start with. He got beaten by some guys, but the competition was stiff. Okay, so you had actually a case you was making, and then all of a sudden you decided to, for some reason, talk about his greatest win and try and compare that with Mayweather, which I don't know why you did that. See, what I'm trying to say is, I agree with you on one thing, and I will agree with you. The competition George Foreman faced in his post prime at the age he was stiffer than a lot of competition for many different reasons. All right, one is George Foreman was limited. He was well over his prime, you know, came back, was competitive, and he fought so smart. You had to give him his props. He was a tough fight for everybody. I give him that. Hands down. If you look at Mayweather, would never be. I don't think Mayweather could ever do that. All right.
Okay, but at the same time, you have to realize.
But tell me that Mayweather's competition was nothing. And remember, Mayweather beat all his competition.
That's not the argument that I made. That's not the argument that I made. But you want to a lot more. But you want to somehow. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. But you want to somehow make it seem like that Floyd Mayweather beating Manny Pacquiao somehow better than George Foreman beating Michael Moore, when Michael Moore had just was coming off a victory over Evander Holyfield, who was the legitimate heavyweight champion of the world, who is a legitimate all-time great fighter. Somehow beating a Manny Pacquiao who had done nothing other than beat Tim Bradley.
Bro, don't do that. See, this is the point that I don't like. I don't like people who are not honest. Listen, hold up. Timothy Bradley was a young gun in his prime. He beat a young prime Timothy Bradley. Then he goes and he beats a young prime Chris Algieri. Okay? He loses to Mayweather. Then he goes on and beats a young prime Jesse Vargas. Comes back and drops Timothy Bradley twice. Goes on and loses to Jeff Horn. Goes on and beats Lucas Matisse, who's kind of over and done. Then goes and beats a young prime Adrian Broner. Then goes and beats a young prime Keith. Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't tell me he didn't face nobody. 10 years from now, you're going to be saying something different. So don't say that.
That's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day,
you just focusing on one guy. Michael Moore beating Evander Holyfield. Been through a lot of wars. Can't go there.
Hold on a second. Wait, hold on.
I'm saying, don't do that. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on a second. Now, I would challenge you to question anybody. What do you think? Who they think is the better win? Beating Tim Bradley or beating Evander Holyfield? Who do you think is the better win? You answer that question. Who is the greater fighter between Tim Bradley and Evander Holyfield? Who is the greater fighter? Who is the better fighter?
The point is, you're talking about Michael Moore being in his prime, undefeated, beating a fighter in Evander Holyfield. I'm saying Timothy Bradley is young and in his prime, and he beat a great fighter in Juan Manuel Marquez. That's what I'm saying. So it's like saying you're giving George Foreman the credit for beating a young in his prime fighter coming off his greatest win. That's your whole point. So greatest win of his career.
Manny Manny
that
Pacquiao's best
Pacquiao
win. Manny
beat a guy coming off
Pacquiao's
his greatest
Manny
win. You can't say
Pacquiao's
that
best
Pacquiao
win.
ain't faced
Listen,
nobody. Come on,
Manny
man.
Pacquiao's
Don't do
best
that.
win. Manny Pacquiao's best win after having been knocked out by Juan Manuel Marquez was Tim Bradley. All right, beating Tim Bradley doesn't trump beating Evander Holyfield. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. Beating Evander Holyfield is the much better win, especially you beating Evander Holyfield, who was the heavyweight champion of the world at the
But
time. So what
bruh,
are
you
you
got to
talking
look
about?
at consistency. He didn't just beat Timothy Bradley. He didn't beat Chris Algieri. Yeah, he lost to Floyd Mayweather, but then he continued to show how consistent he was. Michael Moore went to the pinnacle, and that was it. After that, he started slumping downwards. You cannot, you see, you guys look at it in a particular context, and that alone. All right?
Okay,
You can't
but
just
at
look
the end
at
of the day,
greatest wins. You also have to look at
at the end,
consistency of
okay,
fighters.
well that's
That's what I'm
fine.
trying to say.
But that's fine. But the question was post prime, who has the better win? That's the question I'm asking. Okay, post prime, who has the better win? Better win? Michael Moore coming off a victory of Evander Holyfield. That's better than beating a Manny Pacquiao who. Today, to this day, his best win post the Marquez knockout is Tim Bradley. Beating an injured Keith Thurman, that doesn't say much. Okay?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't see. Y'all like to make excuses. Keith
What are you
Thurman
talking
wasn't
about?
injured when he
Look at
faced Manny Pacquiao. Don't do that. Don't do that.
he
He was
was
coming off an injury,
he was coming
but
off
he
an injury
wasn't
and a year
injured.
layoff. He was coming off an
Don't
injury,
do
a year
that.
layoff.
And let me tell you something.
Keith Thurman
I'm more impressed.
looked like shit.
I'm more
Keith Thurman
impressed
looked
with
like
an
shit.
old guy beating a young guy in his prime. There ain't no excuses. Keith Thurman was a puncher at that. I don't know. I really can't say if Timothy Bradley was a greater win in terms of resume, yeah. But in terms of the actual conditions where Pacquiao came after so long after his prime, everything, and beat Keith Thurman, which I didn't think he would beat Keith Thurman. I don't know how many people thought he would beat Keith Thurman, but I did not think personally he would beat him.
So yeah, listen, I gotta go,
And
but I'm gonna leave you with this, okay? Yeah, to think that somehow beating Manny Pacquiao
don't do that. Just
off,
don't down Pacquiao. Pacquiao is Pacquiao is an all-time great. And you
I
talking
agree.
about facing an all-time
Pacquiao
great,
is an
then you're talking
all-time great.
about
But
how
Pacquiao,
Michael Moore goes and faces another
here's the fact.
all-time great,
But here are the facts.
right? But
Pacquiao's
Michael
an
Moore don't
all-time
trump
great.
Manny Pacquiao. He just don't trump Manny Pacquiao. There's no way Michael Moore's career in any way, shape, or form
But we're
trumps
not
Manny
talking
Pacquiao.
about Michael
Just
Moore's
don't happen.
career. We're not talking about Michael Moore's career. We're talking about Michael Moore at the time George Foreman beat him compared to Manny Pacquiao at the time Floyd Mayweather beat him. By the time Manny Pacquiao
came off of 3
by the
consecutive
time,
wins, showing that the knockout to Marquez was just that,
yeah,
a
3
thing.
consecutive
And they
wins
had a
having
close
beat
fight.
who? Having beat
And
who?
here's
Who
the
did he beat?
thing.
Who did he
Here's the
beat?
deeper thing that you
Who
missing.
did he beat?
Manny
Who did he
Pacquiao
beat?
went face down. He was closed circuited to Manuel Marquez. Nobody thought he was going to come back. Nobody.
Okay,
and he didn't
but
only
listen,
come back.
Manny
He didn't only
Pacquiao,
come back.
Manny
He
Pacquiao
routed
post
fighters.
Manuel Marquez. Who has he beaten? The best name on his resume since having beaten, getting knocked out by Marquez is
Dude,
Tim
it
Bradley.
don't matter. Like
Beating Tim
it
Bradley.
don't
Listen,
matter.
beating
He
Tim
faced
Bradley.
so many good young prime fighters. This is what we
Like
giving
who?
Foreman
Young
praise
prime
for.
fighters
He
like
faced
who?
good young
Who?
prime fighters.
Like
That's what makes
who?
Foreman great.
Yeah,
That's
like
what
who?
makes Pacquiao great. All
Pacquiao,
right.
yeah.
Yes,
You saying
he
that?
didn't face maybe
you saying
a
that Manny
better
Pacquiao has
fighter.
beat all
No,
these
I
young
disagree
prime
with
fighters
that. But
like who? Young prime fighters like who? Who does he beat? I remember he dropped
dude,
his competition
Timothy
in
Bradley, Chris
Australia.
Algieri, Keith Thurman. These are respected
Okay,
names. Jesse Vargas. These are respected names in boxing. What is your?
Keith
Come on,
Thurman
man.
coming off an injury. Okay,
Seriously?
looked like shit in his previous fight. Please,
Seriously?
sorry.
This dude's
None
like,
of
who
that.
he beat?
Listen,
This
there's
is like the
nothing-
same thing when you said with Cotto. Cotto's nobody. I'm like, what? Like
At
what?
the time, look, at the time Mayweather beat him. He
Like
was
what?
nobody.
What do you think
What are
makes
you talking about?
what do you think makes Evander Holyfield good? It's his resume. It's his resume. That's
It's a
why
simple.
Holyfield is an all-time great.
Wait, stop.
Who did Evander Holyfield beat before he faced Michael Moore? You didn't ask yourself that question.
Riddick Bowe.
All I'm saying, you can't even say that Michael Moore was a better fighter than Manny Pacquiao. You can't say he had a better resume. Nothing.
Dwight Muhammad Cowie, Riddick Bowe. Okay, and on top of that, he was the heavyweight champion of the world at the time. So what are you talking about? What are you talking? Mike Tyson. So what are you talking about? He was the heavyweight champion of the world when Michael Moore beat him. So what are you talking about? Okay, there's nothing on Tim Bradley's resume that even comes close. Okay, to having beat Evander Holyfield. Nothing. So what are you talking about?
like I said before, Manny Pacquiao was welterweight champion when Mayweather beat him or whatever. But my thing is, when you look at Michael Moore coming off his greatest win, which is great. That's like Austin Trout coming off his greatest. Well, not the same because it's the name cachet, right? But the point being that Evander Holyfield beat Mike Tyson, right? That's where he came off of when Michael Moore beat him. He beat Mike Tyson a second time, right? It was a DQ because Mike Tyson couldn't handle it. And Michael Moore then came in and beat Evander Holyfield, which is a highlight of his career. You know, Michael Moore's career, that was the highlight of his career. So, I mean, what did Michael Moore do after he faced George Foreman? That's what I want to ask you. What did he do? You there? Hello? What's going on? What happened? Oh, fuck. Oh. What's going on? Yo? Oh. Hello? Anybody there? Oh, man. He must have dropped off. Shout out to Fight Doctor for this debate. It was a little bit intense. I knew we should have just taken turns. Because I don't think shouting over one another is really going to gain anything. But shout out to Fight Doctor, man. We was just debating this hotly debated topic, which was, you know, Evander Holyfield facing Michael Moore, who had beaten Evander Holyfield. I wanted to say this, though, to agree with Fight Doctor on this point. There's no way that George Foreman's record, or at least the opponents he faced, weren't stiff competition. Let me go through George Foreman's competition while he was champion and he had beaten guys like Michael Moore. Okay, so when George Foreman came back into boxing, all right, some 20 odd years after leaving the sport, 10 years actually, 10 years. All right, he faced a couple guys, some tune-up fights, and stopped those guys. All right, and then he faced Dwight Muhammad Qawi, who was really a light heavyweight, but nonetheless, he faced him. Wait a minute, who is this? Yes, this is George Foreman. He faced Dwight Muhammad Qawi. He was only away from the sport for 10 years. All right, he beat him, he stopped him. And then his next fight, I mean, this guy was doing fights after fights, like on a monthly basis. George Foreman faced Jerry Cooney. He stopped him. All right. Then he had a championship fight with Evander Holyfield. Okay. And he lost that heavyweight championship. It was for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. And he lost that fight. Evander Holyfield said that was his toughest fight of his career. He then went on to face Tommy Morrison as a top contender for the WBO heavyweight title. And after that, he landed the Michael Moore. So this guy was constantly a top heavyweight contender. In 1994, he faced Michael Moore, and that's a champion of the world, lineal champion, etc. All right, and he defended against Axel Schultz. He faced Lou Alvarez, and he got a split decision win over him in 1997. And then he fought, well, they said the lineal championship of the world, Shannon Briggs. Shannon Briggs beat him. Okay. So he was stripped, actually. He didn't have his IBF or his WBA, and Shannon Briggs beat him. Really, technically, George Foreman won that fight, but it is what it is. So that was George Foreman. It was stiff. I've been talking about big names in boxing, right? Big names in boxing. He was facing those guys. It's stiff competition. Okay, no diggity, no doubt. All right, post prime, right? And for a moment in time, he was the top dog in the world, and he remained that way for 3 years, I believe it was. Okay. But he did lose to Shannon Briggs. It's kind of pity. He could have left the game again as a top dog if they didn't do him in. But Shannon Briggs got the fight, so it is what it is. So he had a case. I mean, he did lose a lot of fights in his post prime. He lost to Tony Morrison. He lost to Evander Holyfield, but he still had stiff competition. So that's where I could have seen what he was saying Now he didn't beat all of them, but he had stiff competition. But then when my brother comes on, Fight Doctor comes on and says how, you know, Mayweather didn't face nobody, don't do that, man. It's like, don't do that. Like, that's the part of the whole thing that I just don't get. You know, and saying Pacquiao didn't face nobody, I'm like, no, dude, don't say that. That's not true. Hide, what's that about? Hide, show, what just happened? Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's the thing. And then he's trying to trivialize Timothy Bradley, man. So listen, Michael Moore beat the lineal champion, which was Evander Holyfield. No, yeah, he was Evander Holyfield. All right, who was the undisputed champion, even though he stripped of some titles and whatever. And I give him that, you know. But that's Michael Moore's marquee. After that, what did Michael Moore do? Nothing. Right? You look at Manny Pacquiao. Of course, Manny Pacquiao is a greater win than Michael Moore. Why? Now, Michael Moore was much younger than George Foreman, so kudos to George Foreman in that. And George Foreman stayed champion, you know, until China breaks. But I think he refused to face the #1 contender at the IBF or something like that. And so he got stripped the IBF, and I don't know what happened to the WBA. I guess they didn't like that. The old guy had it, whatever. See, this is the thing about the politics of boxing, man. But my thing is this. You can't even try. That's like saying George Foreman, if he were to beat Evander Holyfield, let's say Evander Holyfield, Evander Holyfield never faced nobody like recently because he got knocked out by Marcus. Like that don't make no sense. You know, first of all, Pacquiao's resume just dwarfs Michael Moore's resume, right? Dwarfs it. Then he wants to come in and say that you know, since the Marcus lost, who has Manny Pacquiao beat, and trying to trivialize Timothy Bradley and Chris Algieri and Jesse Vargas and Adrian Broner and Keith Thurman. This just make no sense. Now you have to couch the argument because you're saying them guys is nothing, and they're not nothing, right? Keith Thurman is one of the top welterweights in the division right now. Okay, Pacquiao is the top middleweight in the division right now. Michael Moore didn't do none of that. After he got beat by Holyfield after, and then he disappeared into the sunset. Okay, he had a couple more fights, and that was it. All right, ain't no way Foreman beating Michael Moore is better than Mayweather beating Pacquiao. Yeah, Mayweather beat Pacquiao easier, and Foreman had a harder time. And yeah, Pacquiao was out of his prime, but he had a hell of a lot of experience and was beating all them prime fighters. There's no way you can compare it. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just my thoughts on that. But everything else that he said made sense. I thought his argument was going to be that Foreman faced tougher competition and more frequent competition out of his prime. All right, because when he started back in, was it 87? You know, he's facing some soft touches, and then he faced Dwight Muhammad Qawi, who was now really a heavyweight, but still nonetheless, it was a good fight, quality fighter, Hall of Famer. And then he went on to face better competition, right? And then he had the 3 championship fights in which he landed the 3rd. First one was the great Evander Holyfield. He lost it, came up short, but I mean, it was a hell of a fight. Okay, hurt Evander Holyfield a number of times, and then the Tommy Morrison fight, hell of a fight. Tommy Morrison came out on top, but he hurt Tommy Morrison a number of times. And in the 3rd try, he got Michael Moore. You got it. That's a hard grind, especially you're out of your prime, man. You're out of your prime. You're in your 40s. Come on now, you got to give it up to George Foreman. You got to give it up to him. See what I'm saying? Again, I'm not knocking George Foreman and his performance. And the argument he put there was great. It's just that post-prime, you know, he didn't finish his career at the top of his game or at the top of the boxing game, but he almost did. And some people would say he did. You know what I'm saying? Another guy you could talk about a bit is Lennox Lewis. But again, not so much, you know. Bernard Hopkins could have done it if he had stopped right after he had gotten a certain amount of titles. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, like I said, I'm not disrespecting these guys. I'm just saying when he's trying to challenge this post-prime, top of the game, come out the game, top of the game thing, he's trying. You understand? He's trying to make the case, trying to make the argument. But the facts are there is no one who had done that. Right? And then trying to trivialize Mayweather's competition, the Cotto, the Canelo, the Pacquiao, the Maidana even. You can't trivialize that. You just can't. You have to accept it for what it is. And then you can talk about all the great other guys and how they did, and you accept that also for what it is, you know. And I always defend Rocky Marciano as well on that Jersey Joe Walker win. Definitely. And that's his first championship fight. And he beat Jersey Joe Walker. Very skilled fighter, you know, and so on. But he had a game plan. He worked that body, got him out of there. And the second time he got him out of there even better, because he was working his body while Jersey Joe on all the flashy head punches and stuff. Jersey Joe not thinking of going to the body until later on in the fight. He tried to go to the body. But by then, Rocky had already established his game plan, tired out Jersey Joe Walker. He was getting tired. Catch him with it right over the head. Jersey Joe always get caught with that shot on the left side, put him to sleep, went to sleep. And Jersey Joe was about to throw a shot as well. He was going to throw his shot, and he got hit as he's throwing the shot. Beautiful, beautiful. Well timed and everything. You know, Rocky Marciano, you know, he don't get the credit he deserves for his smarts. He's a smart fighter. But yeah, George Foreman's very smart fighter. How he got Michael Moore out of there. Smart fighting. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, George Foreman appreciates Floyd. In fact, George Foreman himself said Floyd is the best ever. He even said, if he said he's the best ever, he's the best ever. And this has come from a man who did it. He came back and got to the point where he dominated the sport for a minute before, you know, they took it from him. But whatever, you know what I'm saying? Officially, you know, he has a loss against Shannon Briggs, but a lot of us argue that he beat Shannon Briggs in that fight. Nonetheless, it is what it is. You know, they wanted to pass it on to the younger guy. But yeah, I mean, like, Fight Doctor's bringing up, I'm not going to even disrespect Fight Doctor because he was bringing up some valid points. My only thing is give the respect where the respect is due. If you want to put in the caveats, give the respect where the respect is due. That's all I was telling Fight Doctor. No disrespect to him. He bringing up some good ass points. I'm not going to even lie. Like, I'm saying, you know, when I think about it, George Foreman should have gotten that last fight. Should have ended the game heavyweight champion of the world. They stripped him of his titles and all kinds of unfair things happened, you know, because they didn't like that this old guy was just dominated. You know what I'm saying? Dominating from 44 all the way up to 46, 47. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Bernard Hopkins is the oldest world champion, but George Foreman ain't no slouch. You know what I mean? He's not no slouch. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes him great. Okay? So I'm not even trying to disrespect George Foreman like that. Hell no. I'm just saying though, you're not gonna find guys like Floyd. And when you really test it, put it on the anvil, Pacquiao came up from a devastating knockout loss, right? Everybody thought Brandon Reese was gonna get him out of there, but he had slow feet. Pacquiao danced rings around him, beat his ass up, right? What do you say, Brandon Reese? Who's Brandon Reese? Came off a loss and all that. Timothy Bradley, supposedly the guy that beat him, right? Undefeated, you know. Okay, he wasn't undisputed world champion like Evander Holyfield, but Evander Holyfield was up there in age anyway. Young buck, Pacquiao just came up a knockout loss. Bradley talking about knocking out Pacquiao. They fought. Bradley twisted his foot again, trying to knock out Pacquiao. He rocked Pacquiao, I think, in the early of the fight. Coming down the stretch, Pacquiao just showed that he was Pacquiao and separated himself from Timothy Bradley, won that fight. All right, came back, fought young Chris Algieri, thought he could knock him out too. But Chris Algieri ain't got no real punching power. Now that it kid Timothy Bradley, nonetheless. Pacquiao beat Chris Algieri like if he was, I mean, he mopped the floor with him, man. Officially dropped him. I say, if he really dropped him twice. Chris Algieri was a tough motherfucker. Dropped him twice, but, you know, put him down on the ground 6 times, okay? And I set up the Mayweather fight. It wouldn't have been a big fight, and people wouldn't be talking about Pacquiao would beat Mayweather and stop him and knock him out. And 53% of the people believing that Pacquiao would beat Mayweather, 59%, sorry, of which maybe Fight Doctor was even one of them, okay? I'm talking about who he beat now. Come on, man. Don't do that, all right? And don't do like if Keith Thurman wasn't somebody out there, all right? He was unified world champion, beat Sean Porter, beat Danny Garcia, all right? At a 1 round off on Josecito Lopez. Came back from arm surgery, no doubt about it, but supposed to have shaken the rust from Josecito Lopez. That's not the reason why Pacquiao beat Keith Thurman. It wasn't nothing to do with his arm, okay? Not one damn thing to do with his arm. He got decked in round 1 because he did not expect Pacquiao to cover the distance. And after that, Keith Thurman had a good game plan. Mid, all the way up to the 10th round, he was doing his thing. He was putting his biz on Pacquiao. He was trying to close the gap. Okay, let's not be. This was a split decision win. Okay, this is like Duran versus Barkley somewhat. Except that Duran really put a hurting on Barkley all the way through. You know, but you know Pacquiao put that hurt on Thurman in the 10th round. Okay, he put the hurt, that body punch, boy. And Thurman, all his momentum was lost. It wasn't that Thurman didn't win rounds 11 and 12. I had Thurman winning that fight. All right. But nobody, the public and the judges, was never going to be swayed after that. The fight was Pacquiao's. Okay. He took a lot of beating in that fight. Let's not get it twisted. But he did the shock. He shocked the world at 40 years old, becoming the WBA super champion, the real champion of the WBA. And you got to give him that. You know, we could talk about lineal champion and so on, but at the end of the day, you got to give him that. And he is one of the top guys right now. I think it's Errol Spence, then Keith Thurman, and then Terrence Crawford. He's the top free welterweight in the world right now. So you can't look at this guy and be like, he fought. Come on, man, don't do that. That's all I'm saying. It just don't make no sense. You're sounding illogical. You're sounding emotional. You're not sounding like you using logic right now. And I'm a very logical guy. You know, I will acknowledge when you are right. And there were two very great points that Fight Doctor brought up. One was the great gap that Sugar Ray Robinson had to cover in size facing Joey Maxim. That's a big point. And the second point here with George Foreman is a very great point. George Foreman fought not 6 fights post-prime. He fought, 20-something, 30-something fights post-prime. Now, he had a big break of 10 years. Let's not forget that. But the point is, he continued his career post-prime. That's a very important point. He had a couple losses in between there. But of course, he had a tougher time because he had more fights against top-tier guys, you know, that you had to pay attention to. You had to pay attention to. All right? So I agree 100% that Foreman had a tougher route, I would say, post-prime. Maybe. I mean, how many top-tier guys, how many top-tier number one guys he faced is a little bit different. Mayweather faced number one guys we're talking about, right? And Foreman faced 3 number one guys, of which how many are Hall of Famers? How many going into the Boxing Hall of Fame? Evander Holyfield, maybe Michael Moore, maybe, you know, 2 of them. But Mayweather, he's faced 3 sure first ballot Hall of Famers, all-time greats. Okay, just saying. All right, but is it a tougher route? Hell yeah, tougher route. He had a lot more fights, and then he had some really good fighters that he faced. You know, but the guys that stand out are Muhammad Ali, Tommy Morrison, Evander Holyfield, Shannon Briggs, and Michael Moore. Right, those are the guys that stand out. So I acknowledge where people say the truth, and Fight Doctor is speaking the truth. It is a tougher route. Okay, no doubt about it. I'm not even going to try and dispute that. That's a good point. You know what I mean? It still doesn't change the fact that you know 6 tough top tier fighters, okay, younger than him as well, that Foreman did. So I give Foreman all the props for doing that. I mean, it's he was way past his best days, and yet he made the adjustments and he fought smart. That's what I like about George Foreman. He fought smart. He made the adjustments for. Anyway, we have 4 hours into Floyd Mayweather TBE. I love the gentleman who came on here. I want to give a great shout out. Even though we're debating, let me just say it's all love, and you guys making your points, and I like that. Joe Gans, the introduction with Joe Gans to the equation by Intangible Boxing or King Tangi. Then we got Fight Doctor introducing George Foreman's post-fight information. And then he also talked about Rocky Marciano, even though I totally disagree with him about him not being in his prime when he fought. I think he usually is talking about heavyweights. I didn't hear him say nobody other than heavyweights, which is interesting. You know, comparing a guy that's not even a heavyweight to heavyweights. Well, that's interesting. But in addition, you know, EJ Boxing Live, I think EJ didn't come on, but EJ Boxing Live kind of shouted out for a minute. And different people have different opinions. I think he also talked about Roy Jones Jr., which I kind of agree with, at least in terms of prime and probably his best fights. I agree with certain things that he said. But again, the consistency. You're talking about a guy over 17 years being consistent as well. That was another point I made with the 26 fights, you know, in 50 fights over 17 years, you know, that consistency of keeping that standard. This is where a lot of people don't dispute it. They say Floyd, when you look at his entire career compared to just looking at a portion of his career, the prime of Roy Jones Jr. was incredible, period. All right. But if you're looking at, that's all you're looking at and not the guy's entire career, it's totally different. Right? Floyd Mayweather's consistency in his entire career and his preparation for every single fight in his entire career separates him from all those other guys. All right. So that's another point. That's a separate point. But I say it again, name me a fighter. Name me a fighter, because so far y'all fishing, but y'all still haven't found one. Post prime. The best fighter in the world till he retired. Right? And I'm doing y'all a favor. His post prime wasn't even at 35. Right? We should really be moving back further, but I'm going to leave it as it is. And I'm going to say this other thing that a lot of you guys overlook for some reason. I don't know why, even though boxers mention this, experience count for some. Especially if you're at the top tier level. Take, for instance, Mike McCown versus James Toney. Mike McCown being the WBA champion for a very long time at super middle. All right? And that championship experience is what made him draw. Even though he was 35 and James Toney was like 23, 24, 21, 22. That experience made a big difference. George Foreman, been heavyweight champion for a certain period of time. The championship experience was what he used against Michael Moore. Juan Marquez, that championship experience is what he used against Juan Diaz, who was a unified champion. You know, when you look at Manny Pacquiao, that championship experience and composure is what he used against Keith Thurman. Shane Mosley used his championship experience against Antonio Margarito. Right, he was able to use his footwork, use his jab. It was a simpler fight than probably all the other fights, but that's the point I'm making. You know, so sometimes the guys and they can't move like they used to move, and that's a totally different story. That's where youth can trump experience. All right. Now, my brother wants to argue that Canelo was the best fighter Floyd had. I mean, maybe, but I think it's Pacquiao. Okay, mainly because of Pacquiao's status, his resume, etc. But you can name a number then, whether it's Cotto, Pacquiao, whatever, Canelo, Mosley, whatever. Okay, but a lot of people think it's just about being in your prime. If that's the case, then George Foreman shouldn't have beaten nobody. He shouldn't have beaten Michael Moore. All right. If that was the case, then Marquez shouldn't have beaten Juan Diaz, right? Shane Mosley shouldn't have beaten Antonio Margarito, right? Pacquiao shouldn't have beaten all them young guns. It was their time. What was Pacquiao doing beating them, right? So, you know, I don't believe in, oh, he's out of his prime. That means that he can't. This, okay, we got Bernard Hopkins. We got guys who slide up here, still dominate the sport. Longevity, that's important. Okay, so yeah, maybe you have better wins in particular places and particular parts of time, but then you could have the greatest win of your career, and right after that you go into a slump and you get beat. So you got an up and down in your career, or you peaked and then that's it, and you go down. And something Sean Porter said that was very true. Peaking has to do with the life of a fighter. So if a fighter feels like he learned everything and he's reached it, and he starts to drink and smoke and celebrate in his career, or not listen to his trainer or whatever, he gets heady in, then he stopped learning, in which case he's peaked and that's it. Right? But if you were a fighter who's constantly learning, and you're learning life lessons, and you're growing as a person, you'll never peak out. You're always learning. You're always trying to perfect. You're always growing with your craft. No matter how limited your body is, you're always challenged to try and get better and better and better. That's the attitude a fighter needs to have in this game of boxing. All right. But it was nice having these guys on here. We'll talk more about Floyd Mayweather TBE because it's a great topic to bring in other fighters as well, that have done great things in the sport of boxing. One of the most underappreciated fighters in the sport of boxing is Oscar De La Hoya. He's gotten a lot of bashing, but this guy was a hell of a fighter as well. Throwback. He was like king of the mountain kind of thing. Roy Jones Jr. Bring them. Let's fight. He's looking for guys to fight. I think that this new crop of boxers is just only going to be better than the former generations. And I'm looking out to see what they bring to the table. There's a lot of exciting fights we can have, and I'm hoping that a lot of these fights come to fruition. I just beg the fans to have a little bit more patience. We just coming out of COVID-19. You can't put too much pressure on the fighters to have big fights all of a sudden, even though Top Rank gonna bring you some of the big fights this year, that's for sure. And we've seen some good matchups with Showtime and PBC and DAZN look like they want to bring out some good stuff. So let's see what can happen before the end of the year, and then the beginning of the next year, what can happen. But like I said before, I mean, the guy has a right to make that claim, and the less we really try to trivialize his wins, the more we can see what he was really saying. Because a lot of you guys have your own interpretation of TBE. You have your own interpretation of greatest. And Floyd wasn't even talking on that line. He was very specific about a specific reason why he considered himself TBE, why he considered himself the best ever. He never said he was the greatest of all time. Now, BoxRec put that he was the greatest of all time, and he was like flattered by that. But me personally, I don't think that he's the greatest. Do I think he's the greatest of all time? No. I think Muhammad Ali is the greatest of all time. I'm not saying that he's a better boxer than Floyd, or he's a better boxer than a lot of boxers today or yesterday. But I'm saying that he is the greatest of all time. I take that. If you ask me who's the pound for pound best, because this guy inspired pound for pound Sugar Ray Robinson, I'm gonna give him that. I'm gonna give him that because the people of the day gave him that. He the first pound for pound fighter. I said, okay, sure, Sugar Ray Robinson. Right? I know it's mostly entitled. I think they're better boxers than him, but it is what it is. I'll give him that. And if Mayweather said he's TBE, why not? Everything that he shows in the ring proves to me that he is. Okay? And there are very few, there are no boxers actually out there that have had 26 championship fights, won all 26, and won all the fights that he ever had in his career in 50 fights. Nobody else did that. Nobody else, went on to perform at post-prime the way Mayweather did. A lot of the all-time greats post-prime, they did good. They surprised us, but we expected Mayweather to win those fights. Even at 38, we expected him to win the fights. And some people even argue that he was in his prime at 38. I'm like, no, there's no way he was in his prime. But hey, whatever. And we talk about him, and he's a sensational topic to this day because of the fact that he was that good. And so why do we need to trivialize him? We can celebrate other fighters, but we don't have to, telling me Cotto was nobody and it was a good win, but he was nobody. I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. How can it be a good win if he's nobody? Right? So don't do that. I didn't even mention Marcos Maidana in the equation, even though he was a good win as well. He's not a nobody, right? But I don't mention them. I want to mention the guys that were the highlights. Right? The guys that were supposed to be the threat. The guys who had the resumes to show that it was a threatening force. See what I'm saying? So that's what I got for now. But definitely, I don't believe that Michael Moore was a better winner than Manny Pacquiao. There's no way in hell that was so. No way in hell. And don't tell me about Marquez knocked him out. That don't mean shit. Pacquiao, I mean, come on now. It just don't make no damn sense. You just make no sense. So, but because Marcus put him to sleep, that he showed that didn't mean nothing. He showed that it didn't mean nothing. So it's like, what are you talking about? Dude came up from flyweight. Come on, man. Like that. No, come on. It's just like, come on now. So anyway, that's what I got to say for now. We're gonna talk some more about this because it's a good topic. But in the meantime, peace out to everybody. Shout out to the people who attended this chat. Y'all really are boxing peons, man. You be boxing in true crime. Yeah, you didn't get to come on. I saw you was trying to hop on here. And Corey McKeek Ben, and Joe Frey and Harada, fighting Harada. I remember him. EJ Boxing live. He said debut 1947, 037. Rocky Marciano 1953, 9-2. Sonny Liston was in 53. He's debuted. Yeah, but Liston debuted in 53. But come on now. Rocky left in 55. Sonny Liston got a shot at the championship in 65. I think it was 10 years later, right? And as Liston was beating some people, I saw who he was beating, but it was nobody on the level of what Rocky. I mean, there were better fighters, man. I mean, come on now. Rocky didn't duck nobody, man. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe it for 1 second. Rocky didn't duck nobody. You know, I think Rocky get a bad rap in some respects, and then other times people come as apologists for Rocky and they say some really ridiculous things. But it's all good. We just here to try and tell the truth, set it down. I hope that we get to talk about some more great boxers because boxing has so many great boxers from Emil Griffith to Jose Napoles to Ezra Charles. You know, phenomenal. I think he was a better lightweight than Archie Moore. Even though Archie Moore became world champion at lightweight, because Ezra Charles I think beat Archie Moore. He beat Archie Moore. He beat all of the guys. You know, he beat all the great 160 pounders and all the great 175 pounders. You know, Ezra Charles was the bomb. You know, he wasn't really a welterweight, and he won a welterweight title. I mean, he wasn't really a heavyweight, and he won a heavyweight title. I think the greatest light heavyweight of all time is Ezra Charles. That's my personal opinion. I don't know other people, but that was my personal opinion. I know there are a lot of great light heavyweight champions besides Archie Moore, but you know, there's lots of them. You know, just talked about Dwight Muhammad Qawi, great lightweight. You know, and then there was the guy before him that he beat. There's just a lot of great light heavyweight champions. You know, so I understand why some people will say, well, but I think a lot of great fighters in history. I don't know, man. I don't know if you could say that he was TBE. You know, there are a lot of great fighters in history, but it was just a lot of great fighters in history. And, you know, I remember Roger Mayweather saying the same thing. He was like, man, there's just a lot of boxers, man. There's just a lot of boxers. And he'd be just sitting down there, you know. So I get where they're coming from. But like I said before, from a mental perspective and from because a smart perspective, like the way how the guy got the opportunity to prepare for these fights, how he approached the fights, you know, his game plans, etc. I think that he was just the best at doing that, you know. So and there's several other things I was trying to break down what he actually did in fights and so on. If I could see some film on them other guys, you know, I seen film on Ray Robinson and several other guys in the game, and I've seen some guys sparring and stuff. But like, you really want to see the fighters to really get a deep detailed understand, break down what the fighters do and that kind of thing, so that I would really be able to understand, okay, you know, what these fighters be doing, and that gives me a better perspective on the best ever and so on. But he's of course, Mayweather's one of many great fighters in the history of boxing, and he stands in there with all of them. You know, he makes a tremendous statement. I wish that people would stop being so petty and saying some really dumbass things about certain fighters. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you don't have a point, you know, but don't get it twisted. Like, there's a lot going on with that point, you know, and I respect that. Corey McKeek Ben said, not TBE, but top 15. Floyd is Kawasaki level, top 15 no more. Kawasaki faced some pretty good fighters, but he ain't nowhere on Floyd's level, man. Come on now. Come on now. Southpaw, busy fighter, different style altogether. Faced some pretty good fighters, don't get me wrong. But, you know, just the amount of good fighters, very good fighters Floyd fought, and all-time greats and Hall of Famers, just a lot more than Kawasaki. Just a lot more. But, you know, to each his own. EJ Boxing Live is saying he ducked Sonny Liston. No, he didn't. UB Boxing and True Crime says, nah, fight Dr. God, this in my opinion, just listen. The amount of money he made is unique, I guess. Nah. If you look at inflation, it might be about the same for certain fights if you think about it. These guys got like $1 million back in 1920 or 1915 would have been a lot of money. So I don't know about that. EJ Boxing Live says, jump on, UB. So UB was trying to jump on. I probably hesitated. Fight Doctor was asking about his loudspeaker. KP from Casey says, Floyd's skills were much greater, and if you would teach someone, you would teach them Floyd. Roy was athletically more gifted. Yeah, he the fast twitch muscles and then the things he can get away with. But don't get me wrong, Roy had fundamentals. It's just that he lacked the inside game fighting that he should have had. And I see him now later on in his career using some of that technique where, keeping his head protected from, the opponent by using his shoulders and putting his head by the opponent's head so he can get hit. And he's much more defensively sound now. And I wish Roy would have just touched up more on his inside game. His inside game wasn't always that great. He fought mostly from range. Phenomenal movement. Phenomenal. His rhythm was beautiful. Something he can keep track of and keep touch of. He used the extended guard. Not so much the shoulder roll. Very flashy, very flamboyant. He do his dance, he do his jig, and then catch you with a punch. He steal punches a lot, So Roy was phenomenal with that. His win over James Toney was great, but again, James Toney was limited in that James Toney. But most of the fighters are limited anyway. I mean, Roy was anyway. Point is, he caught James Toney snapping back, and that's why he dropped him. It was a unanimous decision win, but James Toney was in the fight. He was in the fight and had good defense. But oh, something's vibrating. What does that mean? Anyways, man, people. So I listen to KP from Casey. I think that overall, Floyd had the fundamental skills. That's what allowed Floyd, and that's why he was a better fighter. The fundamentals really down packed. Floyd had a lot more range he could fight at. He did a lot more things in the ring in terms of defensively and offensively. And his amazingly, because Roy in his prime was good, but then after his prime faded off, his average plus minus ratio, strangely enough, was lower than Floyd's. Is what it is. So Floyd would get hit less and actually hit more. And that's because Floyd also blocked punches. Roy more snapped back and got out of the way of punches, and he was always more aggressive, more offensive. When he was on the defense, it was a little bit harder for him, and he could get hit. But Roy always was phenomenal. It's always phenomenal. Highlight reels and stuff to get your attention. But then again, like I said before, Floyd was challenged more, I think, than Roy or even all those other guys, in the sense that, he fought guys who were actually better than him in terms of quicker than him and had better natural abilities than him. And he was able to beat those guys. And it wasn't that Shane Mosley had the same knowledge that Floyd had. Zab Judah had the same knowledge that Floyd had. Okay. But they couldn't implement that knowledge because Floyd would fight smarter than they could and then impose himself on them, and he's like a chameleon. He can mix up his style to accommodate your style. And these are just things you can't teach. There's something you got to intuitively be able to see and understand and know. So, his smarts was just something else, and I think that's what makes the difference with Floyd and pretty much any other fighter in history in terms of why he stayed on top. He stayed on top of the game. And were there other fighters in history that could have stayed on top of the game? Absolutely. But in the manner that Floyd did it, and the fact that he was smart enough to be able to maneuver himself in such a manner that they wouldn't be able to rob him of those fights. They wouldn't be able to see his downfall like they were able to do with Roy and do with Pernell, particularly, showed how smart he was, And that's the thing that you got to credit Floyd with. He was a smart fighter, very, very smart fighter. And smart fighters win fights. Just what it is, Smart fighters win fights. So that's all I got for now. Floyd Mayweather TV. This went 4 hours and 23 minutes and 39 seconds. Y'all really like the stuff for some reason. We're going to talk more about modern day boxing later on, though. And Again, I entertain you guys. Sometime in the future, I'll continue this topic because I think you guys really want to express yourselves. I'm gonna give you guys the width and breadth to express yourselves as fully as possible, right? But come on, man, don't say Pacquiao was nobody or who he faced was nobody. Come on, man, don't do that. You know, that's just not. All right, I'm gonna sign out on that. Everybody have a good day. I'm gonna catch you guys later on What You Need. Peace.